Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while, and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the days when the Shire was yet young and the party tree had only just begun to spread its mighty branches over the village green of Hobbiton, there lived a hobbit of peculiar disposition named Bramble Goodbarrel. Now, Bramble was not peculiar in the way that some hobbits might raise eyebrows at those who ventured beyond the borders of the Shire, nor was he peculiar in his eating habits, for he enjoyed his 7 meals a day just as any respectable hobbit should. No, Bramble's peculiarity lay in his profound and unwavering belief that stories held a magic all their own, a magic more potent than any wizard's spell or elvish enchantment. While other hobbits of Hobbiton concerned themselves with the proper cultivation of pipeweed, the brewing of the finest ales, or the baking of seed cakes that would make their neighbours green with envy, Bramble spent his days wandering the rolling hills and verdant meadows of the Shire, collecting tales from anyone who would share them. He would sit for hours beneath the eaves of the old forest, listening to the whispered secrets of the ancient trees. He would wade through the rushes along the Brandywine River, cupping his ear to catch the murmuring songs of the water. He would even brave the edges of the Barrow Downs at twilight, though never venturing too close, to hear the wind carry fragments of stories from ages long past. Bramble kept all these tales in a series of leather-bound journals that lined the shelves of his cosy hobbit hole, which was carved into a gentle hillside overlooking the water. The hole itself was unremarkable from the outside, with a round green door and a single brass knocker shaped like an acorn, but inside it was a treasury of wonder. Every wall was covered with shelves, and every shelf groaned under the weight of his precious journals. The spines were labelled in Bramble's careful hand with titles such as Tales of the Took Clan, Legends of the Brandywine, Stories Heard on Midwinter's Eve, and dozens upon dozens more. His neighbours, though fond of Bramble in their way, thought him rather odd. "What's the use of all those dusty old books?" old Holman Greenhand would mutter, shaking his head as he tended his prize-winning turnips. A hobbit ought to keep his feet on the ground and his mind on practical matters, not fill his head with fancies and foolishness. The other hobbits would nod in agreement, though secretly, more than a few of them had contributed their own family stories to Bramble's collection during quiet evenings by the fire, when the ale was flowing and memories grew sweet. But Bramble paid no mind to the whispers and sidelong glances. He knew something that the other hobbits had forgotten, or perhaps had never known at all. Stories, he believed, were the invisible threads that wove the fabric of the Shire together. They connected the present to the past, the living to those who'd gone before, and they held within them truths more precious than all the gold in Erebor. Each tale was a doorway to another time, another place, another way of seeing the world, and Bramble was determined to preserve as many of these doorways as he possibly could. It was on a particularly golden autumn afternoon, when the leaves of the party tree had turned to burnished copper and the air carried the sweet scent of ripening apples, that Bramble made a discovery that would change everything. He had been organising his journals, a task he undertook twice yearly, when he noticed something peculiar. One of his oldest volumes, a thick tome bound in faded green leather and labelled Tales of the Founding, seemed to have grown heavier since he had last held it. When he opened it, he found that several pages near the end had become covered in writing that he did not recognise as his own. The script was elegant and flowing, written in a deep brown ink that seemed to shift and shimmer in the lamplight. Bramble's heart quickened as he began to read, for the words told of a tale he had never heard before, a story about the very first hobbits to settle in the Shire, and a secret they had hidden away, a secret that had been waiting all these long years to be discovered. According to the mysterious text, the founders of the Shire had brought with them an object of great power, something they called the Heartstone of Home, which had the ability to keep the Shire safe and peaceful, so long as it remained hidden and protected. The writing explained that the Hearthstone had been concealed somewhere in the Shire, in a place where the four farthings met, beneath the sign of the dancing hare and the sleeping moon. Whoever possessed the knowledge of its location was charged with keeping the secret safe, for if the Hearthstone were ever to fall into the wrong hands or be removed from its resting place, the peace and prosperity of the Shire would be threatened. The last keeper of this secret, the text revealed, had been a hobbit named Tobold Hornblower, Bramble's own great-great-great-grandfather, who'd passed away without naming a successor. Bramble sat back in his chair, his mind reeling with the implications of what he had just read. Could it be true? Was there really such a thing as the Hearthstone of Home? And if so, why had this knowledge chosen to reveal itself to him now, after all these years? He read through the passage again, more slowly this time, committing every word to memory. The sign of the dancing hare and the sleeping moon, where the four farthings met. He knew the Shire like the back of his hand, had walked every path and crossed every bridge in his quest for stories, but he could not immediately think of a place that fit this description. As the afternoon shadows lengthened and the golden light began to fade to amber, Bramble reached for a fresh sheet of parchment and began to make notes. He drew a rough map of the Shire, marking the boundaries of the four farthings with careful lines. The North Farthing, with its rolling barley fields and quiet villages. The South Farthing, known for its pipeweed and warm summers. The East Farthing, where the Brandywine River ran broad and deep. And the West Farthing, his own home, with its gentle hills and cosy hobbit holes. Where they all met, in the very heart of the Shire, there lay a region that few hobbits paid much attention to. A stretch of common land that belonged to no particular family or village. Bramble had passed through this area many times in his wanderings, but he had never given it much thought. It was pleasant enough, with wildflowers in spring and soft grass in summer, but there was nothing particularly remarkable about it, or so he had always assumed. Now, as he studied his map and thought about the clue in the mysterious writing, he began to wonder if he had been missing something all along. The dancing hare and the sleeping moon, what could it mean? Was it a riddle, a landmark? A pattern in the landscape that could only be seen from a certain angle or at a certain time? As the first stars began to appear in the darkening sky outside his round window, Bramble made a decision. Tomorrow, at first light, he would set out for the place where the four farthings met. He would search every inch of that common land until he found some sign, some clue that would lead him to the Hearthstone of Home. It might take days or even weeks, but Bramble had learned patience from his years of collecting stories. Good things, he knew, came to those who were willing to listen, to watch, and to wait. And if the Hearthstone truly existed, if it truly had the power to protect the Shire as the mysterious writing claimed, then finding it would be the most important story he had ever pursued. But even as excitement bubbled up within him, Bramble felt a thread of unease winding through his thoughts. The writing had appeared in his journal without explanation, as if by magic, and magic was not something that hobbits generally trusted or understood. What if this was some kind of trick? What if someone or something wanted him to go searching for the Hearthstone for reasons that were not benign? He had heard enough tales of enchantments and deceptions to know that not every mystery led to a happy ending. Yet he also knew that some mysteries demanded to be solved, that some stories insisted on being told, no matter the risk. Bramble rose before dawn the next morning, as the first pale fingers of light were just beginning to creep over the eastern horizon. He dressed quietly in his warmest waistcoat and breeches, for the autumn mornings had grown chill, and packed a knapsack with provisions for the day ahead. A wedge of cheese, some cold mutton, 2 apples, a loaf of brown bread, and a flask of elderflower cordial. He also tucked in a small notebook and pencil, for he had learned long ago that one never knew when an important detail might need recording. As he stepped out of his round green door and into the misty morning, the Shire was still wrapped in sleep. Smoke had not yet begun to rise from the chimneys of the neighbouring hobbit holes, and the only sounds were the distant crow of a rooster and the soft murmur of the water flowing through the valley below. Bramble pulled his cloak more tightly around his shoulders and set off along the winding path that led away from Hobbiton, his walking stick tapping a gentle rhythm against the packed earth. The journey to the centre of the Shire, to that place where the four farthings met, would take him the better part of the morning. Bramble knew the way well enough, for he had travelled these roads countless times before, though never with such purpose burning in his chest. As he walked, he He turned the riddle over and over in his mind. The dancing hare and the sleeping moon. What could it mean? He had seen hares aplenty in the Shire, particularly in the early morning or at dusk when they would bound across the meadows with their long legs carrying them in great leaps. But what was a sleeping moon? The moon was always the moon, waxing and waning according to its ancient rhythm. How could it sleep? As the sun climbed higher and burned away the morning mist, Bramble passed through several small villages and hamlets. In each one, hobbits were beginning to stir, opening their doors to let in the fresh air, hanging out washing on lines, or heading to their gardens to check on the late-season vegetables. Some called out greetings to Bramble, for he was a familiar figure on the roads of the Shire, always walking somewhere with his knapsack and his thoughtful expression. He returned their waves and their friendly words, but did not stop to chat, for his mind was fixed on the task ahead. By mid-morning, Bramble had reached the region he sought. The land here was different from the tidy farms and well-kept gardens that characterised most of the Shire. This was common land shared by all hobbits and claimed by none, a place where wildflowers grew in profusion and ancient stone walls had crumbled into picturesque ruins. Here and there, old oak trees stood like sentinels, their massive trunks twisted with age and their branches spreading wide to create pools of dappled shade. It was peaceful and lovely, but to Bramble's searching eyes it revealed no obvious secrets. He began to walk in widening circles, examining the landscape with great care. He looked for unusual rock formations, for patterns in the way the trees grew, for any sign that might indicate something hidden beneath the earth. He studied the wildflowers, wondering if they might form some kind of message when viewed from above. He traced the old stone walls, checking for markings or symbols carved into the weathered rock. Hours passed, and the sun reached its zenith and began its slow descent toward the western hills, but Bramble found nothing that resembled a dancing hare or a sleeping moon. As afternoon shadows grew long and Bramble's stomach began to rumble with the need for second breakfast, which he had missed, and elevenses and luncheon as well, he sat down beneath one of the ancient oaks to rest and take his meal. He unpacked his provisions and ate slowly, gazing out across the common land with weary but undeterred eyes. Perhaps the riddle was more subtle than he had imagined. Perhaps it required a different kind of seeing, not just with the eyes, but with the heart and the imagination. As he took a drink from his flask, Bramble noticed something he had not observed before. The old oak tree beneath which he sat had a peculiar growth pattern. Its lowest branches, thick as a hobbit's waist, extended almost horizontally to the trunk before curving upward toward the sky. The way they spread and curved created a shape that, if one looked at it from just the right angle, resembled a hare in mid-leap, with its long ears streaming behind and its powerful hind legs extended. Bramble's heart quickened. Could this be the dancing hare? He stood and walked around the tree, examining it from every direction. Yes, there was no doubt about it. From the south side, the branches formed an unmistakable silhouette of a leaping hare. But what of the sleeping moon? Bramble looked up into the canopy of the tree, searching for some sign, some clue that would complete the riddle. The leaves were turning gold and copper with the season, and they rustled softly in the breeze, but he could see nothing that resembled a moon, sleeping or otherwise. Then, as Bramble stepped back to get a better view of the whole tree, his foot caught on something half buried in the grass. He stumbled slightly and looked down to find a smooth round stone, white as milk and roughly the size of a large pumpkin. It was partially covered with earth and moss, as if it had lain there undisturbed for many years. Bramble knelt down and brushed away the debris, revealing more of the stone's surface. It was perfectly round and smooth, with a faint pattern of lines across its face that could, with a generous imagination, be seen as a sleeping face with closed eyes, a sleeping moon, a round white stone beneath the dancing hare tree at the place where the 4 farthings met. Bramble's hands trembled slightly as he began to dig around the stone, clearing away the accumulated soil of decades. The stone was heavier than he expected, and it took considerable effort to shift it even slightly. As he worked, the afternoon sun slanted lower, casting the shadow of the dancing hare branches across the ground, across the very spot where the white stone lay. When Bramble finally managed to roll the stone aside, he found beneath it a hollow in the earth, and within that hollow, wrapped in ancient oilcloth that crumbled at his touch, was a small wooden box. His breath caught in his throat as he lifted the box carefully from its hiding place. It was made of some dark wood he did not recognize. polished smooth by time and hands long turned to dust. The lid was carved with intricate patterns of leaves and stars, and there was no lock, only a simple brass clasp. Bramble sat back on his heels, the box cradled in his hands, and for a long moment he simply stared at it. This was it. This had to be it. After all these years, after generations of hobbits had walked over this very spot without knowing what lay beneath, he'd found the hiding place of the Hearthstone of Home. But should he open it? The mysterious writing in his journal had warned that the Hearthstone must remain hidden and protected. Yet how could he protect it if he did not know what it was, what it looked like, what powers it truly possessed? The decision when it came felt inevitable. Bramble had spent his entire life seeking stories, seeking truth, seeking understanding. He could no more walk away from this mystery unopened than he could stop breathing. With careful, reverent fingers, he unlatched the brass clasp and lifted the lid of the wooden box. Inside, nestled in a bed of faded blue velvet, lay a stone unlike any he had ever seen. It was roughly the size of a hen's egg, and it seemed to be made of crystal or glass, but it glowed with a soft, warm light from within, as if a tiny sun had been captured and held inside it. The light pulsed gently, like a heartbeat, and as Bramble gazed at it, he felt a sensation of profound peace wash over him. This was the Hearthstone of Home. He knew it with absolute certainty, knew it in his bones and in his heart. This was what the founders of the Shire had brought with them, what they had hidden away to keep their new homeland safe and prosperous. And now, after all these generations, it had been found again. Bramble sat there beneath the dancing hair tree as the afternoon light turned golden and warm, holding the Hearthstone in his hands and marvelling at its gentle radiance. The stone was warm to the touch, not uncomfortably so, but with the pleasant warmth of sun-heated earth or a cup of tea held between cold hands. As he gazed into its depths, he thought he could see tiny motes of light swirling within, like dust caught in a sunbeam or stars wheeling through the night sky. The sight was mesmerizing, and Bramble found himself lost in contemplation, his mind growing quiet and still in a way it rarely did. How long he sat there he could not have said. Time seemed to flow differently in that peaceful hollow beneath the old oak tree, as if the Hearthstone created its own bubble of tranquility, separate from the ordinary march of hours and minutes. But eventually the lengthening shadows and the chill creeping into the air reminded Bramble that evening was approaching, and he would need to make his way home before darkness fell completely. With great reluctance, he placed the Hearthstone back in its velvet-lined box and closed the lid, feeling as though he was saying goodbye to a dear friend. But what should he do with it now? The mysterious writing had said the Hearthstone must remain hidden and protected, yet surely leaving it buried beneath a stone in the middle of common land was no longer safe. Not now that he'd disturbed its resting place, and someone or something had seen fit to reveal its location. No, Bramble decided. The Hearthstone would have to come home with him, at least for now, until he could determine what to do with it and whether he was truly meant to be its new keeper. He wrapped the box carefully in his spare shirt from his knapsack, cushioning it against the journey, and placed it securely at the bottom of the pack. Then, with considerable effort, he rolled the white moonstone back into position over the hollow and scattered leaves and debris, to make it look as undisturbed as possible. If anyone came looking, they would find nothing but an old tree and a round white stone half buried in the earth. Satisfied with his work, Bramble shouldered his pack and began the long walk back to Hobbiton. The journey home seemed both shorter and longer than the journey out had been. Shorter, because his mind was so occupied with thoughts of the Hearthstone and what it might mean that he barely noticed the miles passing beneath his feet. Longer, because the weight of responsibility he now carried seemed to slow his steps. He was no longer just Bramble Goodbarrel, the eccentric collector of stories. He was now the keeper of the Shire's greatest secret, the guardian of an object that, if the ancient writing was to be believed, held the very peace and prosperity of his homeland in its crystalline heart. As he walked through the gathering dusk, Bramble began to notice things he'd not paid attention to on his outward journey. The way the smoke rose straight and peaceful from the chimneys of every hobbit hole he passed. The sound of laughter and singing drifting from the open windows of the Green Dragon Inn. The sight of hobbit children playing in their gardens, their voices high and carefree. Everywhere he looked, he saw evidence of the Shire's contentment, its safety, its simple joy. and he could not help but wonder if all of this was somehow connected to the stone, the sound of laughter and singing drifting from the open windows of the Green Dragon Inn, the sight of hobbit children playing in their gardens, their voices high and carefree. Everywhere he looked, he saw evidence of the Shire's contentment, its safety, its simple joy, and he could not help but wonder if all of this was somehow connected to the stone now resting in his pack. By the time Bramble reached his own round green door, the stars were beginning to appear in the darkening sky, and his legs ached with the day's long walk. He let himself in, lit the lamps with trembling fingers, and carefully removed the box from his pack. For a moment he simply stood in his cluttered sitting room, surrounded by his shelves of journals and stories, unsure of what to do next. Where did one keep a magical stone that was supposed to protect an entire region? The mantelpiece seemed too exposed, a drawer too casual, under the bed too undignified. In the end, Bramble decided to place the box on a small table in the corner of his study, made himself a simple supper of bread and cheese, stoked the fire, and settled into his favourite armchair with one of his journals. But he found he could not concentrate on reading. His eyes kept drifting to the corner where the box sat, and his mind kept returning to the questions that swirled like autumn leaves in a wind. Who had written those words in his journal? How had they known he would find the Hearthstone? What was he supposed to do now that he had it? And most importantly, was it true that the stone really did protect the Shire, or was that merely an old legend, a story told so many times it had taken on the weight of truth without necessarily being true? That night, Bramble dreamed strange and vivid dreams. He dreamed of hobbits he'd never met, dressed in clothes of an older style, walking across a landscape that was both familiar and foreign. They carried bundles and bags, leading ponies laden with household goods, and they sang as they travelled songs of hope and new beginnings. In his dream, Bramble understood that these were the first hobbits to come to the Shire, the founders his journal had spoken of, and he watched as they walked across the land, choosing places to build their homes and plant their gardens. At the centre of this company walked a hobbit who seemed to shine with a quiet authority, and in his hands he carried something wrapped in cloth. When they reached the place where the 4 farthings met, beneath a young oak tree that would one day grow to become the dancing hare tree, this hobbit knelt and placed the wrapped object in a hollow he had dug in the earth. As he covered it over and rolled a white stone into place above it, he spoke words that Bramble could not quite hear but could feel in his bones. Words of protection and blessing. Words that bound the stone to the land and the land to the stone, creating a connection that would endure as long as both remained. Bramble woke with a start as the first light of dawn crept through his bedroom window. The dream had been so vivid, so real, that for a moment he was disoriented, unsure whether he was in his own bed or still walking with those ancient hobbits across the unsettled Shire. But as his surroundings came into focus, and he heard the familiar sounds of birdsong outside his window, he knew where he was. And he knew, with the certainty that sometimes comes from dreams, that what he had seen in the night was not mere fancy but a true vision of the past, a memory held in the Hearthstone itself and shared with him now that he was its keeper. He rose quickly, washed and dressed, and went straight to his study. The box sat exactly where he had left it, looking innocent and ordinary in the morning light. But when Bramble opened it and lifted out the Hearthstone, it seemed to glow a little brighter than it had the day before, as if pleased to be acknowledged and attended to. He held it up to the window, watching how the sunlight played through its crystalline structure, creating rainbow patterns on the walls and ceiling of his study. As he stood there, bathed in the coloured light, an idea began to form in Bramble's mind. If the Hearthstone truly did protect the Shire, then perhaps it did so not through magic in the way that wizards understood magic, but through something simpler and more profound. Perhaps it worked by holding the memory of what the Shire was meant to be, the vision the founders had carried in their hearts when they first came to this land, a place of peace and safety, of good fellowship and simple pleasures, of gardens and good food and stories told by the fireside. And perhaps, by existing and remembering, it helped the Shire itself to remember, to remain true to that original vision, even as the years and generations passed. If that were so, then Bramble's role as keeper was not to hide the stone away and forget about it, but to understand it, to learn from it, to help it maintain that connection to the land and the people, and the best way he knew to do that was through what he'd always done best, collecting and preserving stories. If he could gather the tales of the Shire, the histories and legends and everyday accounts of Hobbit life, and keep them safe just as he kept the Hearthstone safe, then perhaps he would be fulfilling his duty as keeper in the truest sense. With this new understanding filling his heart, Bramble set about his work with renewed purpose. Over the following days and weeks, he continued his usual rounds through the Shire, visiting villages and farms, sitting in taverns and at kitchen tables listening to the stories that hobbits had to tell. But now, as he recorded each tale in his journals, he felt a deeper connection to the work, a sense that he was not merely preserving the past, but actively helping to maintain the fabric of the Shire itself. Each story was a thread in the tapestry, and the Hearthstone was the loom that held it all together. He began to notice patterns he'd not seen before. The stories hobbits told most often were about home and belonging, about finding one's place in the world and protecting what mattered most. There were tales of hobbits who had ventured away from the Shire only to return, grateful for the simple comforts they had left behind. Stories of neighbours helping neighbours, of communities coming together in times of need, of the small kindnesses that made life worth living. And underlying all of these tales was a feeling, never quite spoken but always present, that the Shire was special, that it was protected, that no matter what troubles might come to the wider world, within its borders hobbits could live in peace. One evening, as Bramble sat in the common room of the Green Dragon Inn, nursing a pint of ale and listening to Old Gaffer Gamgee tell a rambling story about a remarkable turnip he had once grown, a stranger entered the establishment. This was unusual enough to cause a brief pause in the conversation, for strangers rarely came to Hobbiton, and when they did, they were generally travellers passing through on the road from Mishal Delving to Frogmorton. But this stranger seemed to have come with a purpose, and his eyes scanned the room as if searching for someone in particular. He was a tall hobbit, taller than most, with dark hair shot through with silver and eyes that seemed to hold a peculiar intensity. His clothes were well made but travel-worn, and he carried a walking staff of polished blackthorn. When his gaze fell upon Bramble, something flickered in those intense eyes, a look of recognition or satisfaction, and he made his way directly to where Bramble sat. "Bramble Goodbarrel," the stranger said, his voice low and measured. It was not a question but a statement, as if he knew exactly who Bramble was despite never having met him before. "I've been looking for you. My name is Rowan Bracegirdle, and we have much to discuss." Bramble felt his heart quicken in his chest. There was something about this Rowan Bracegirdle that set his nerves on edge, though he could not have said exactly what it was. Perhaps it was the way the stranger's eyes seemed to look through him rather than at him. Perhaps it was the formal, almost archaic way he spoke. Or perhaps it was simply the instinct that comes from knowing one is carrying a secret and sensing that someone else has come seeking it. "I am Bramble Goodbarrel," he acknowledged, keeping his voice steady. "But I cannot say that I know you, Master Bracegirdle, nor can I imagine what we would have to discuss that could not wait until morning and be conducted in the proper fashion over second breakfast in my own home." Rowan smiled, but it was not a warm smile. "The matter I wish to discuss is not one suited to public conversation, nor can it wait until morning. There are things you have found, Bramble Goodbarrel, things that do not belong to you, and I have come to relieve you of their burden." The words sent a chill down Bramble's spine. How could this stranger possibly know about the Hearthstone? Bramble had told no one of his discovery, had been scrupulously careful to keep the secret to himself. Unless whoever or whatever had written those mysterious words in his journal had also informed others. Unless he was not the only one who had been sent searching for the Hearthstone, and this Rowan Bracegirdle represented some other interest, some other claim to the ancient treasure. "I'm afraid I do not know what you're talking about," Bramble said carefully, aware that the other hobbits in the common room had fallen silent and were watching this exchange with great interest. "I am a simple collector of stories and nothing more. I have found nothing that would interest anyone but myself." Rowan's smile widened, showing teeth that seemed just a bit too sharp. "Come now, there is no need for pretense. I know you went to the place where the Four Farthings meet. I know you found the dancing hair tree and the sleeping moonstone. I know you took what was hidden there and brought it back to your home, and I'm here to tell you that this was a mistake, a dangerous mistake, and one that must be corrected immediately." The common room was utterly silent now. Even old Gaffer Gamgee had stopped his rambling tale of the remarkable turnip and was staring at Bramble with wide eyes. Bramble felt the weight of all those gazes upon him, felt the sudden shift in the room's atmosphere from convivial warmth to tense uncertainty. He had a choice to make, and he had to make it quickly. He could continue to deny everything, could insist that Rowan was mistaken or mad, or he could face this challenge directly and discover what this stranger truly wanted. "Perhaps," Bramble said slowly, rising to his feet and placing a coin on the table to pay for his ale, "we should continue this conversation somewhere more private, as you suggested. My home is just a short walk from here. We can speak freely there without disturbing these good folks' evening." Rowan inclined his head in agreement, and together they left the Green Dragon, stepping out into the cool night air. Bramble was acutely aware of the stranger walking beside him, of the subtle wrongness that seemed to emanate from him like a scent. This was no ordinary hobbit. Bramble was certain of that now, though what he actually was remained a mystery. They walked in silence through the darkened lanes of Hobbiton, past the glowing windows of hobbit holes where families were settling in for the evening, and Bramble found himself thinking of the Hearthstone sitting in his study, warm and glowing and utterly vulnerable. When they reached his round green door, Bramble hesitated for just a moment before pushing it open and gesturing for Rowan to enter. The stranger stepped inside, his sharp eyes immediately scanning the cluttered interior, taking in the shelves upon shelves of journals, the comfortable furniture, the remnants of Bramble's simple supper still sitting on the table. His gaze lingered on the doorway to the study at the back of the hole, and Bramble knew with sinking certainty that Rowan could sense the Hearthstone's presence, could feel its gentle radiance even through the walls. "You have made quite a collection," Rowan said, running a finger along one of the shelves and examining the titles written on the journal spines. "Stories from across the Shire, tales of Hobbit life and Hobbit history. It is admirable work in its way. But you have stumbled into something far beyond mere stories, Bramble Goodbarrel. You've found an artifact of great power, and you do not understand the danger you're in." "Then perhaps you should explain it to me," Bramble said, surprising himself with the firmness in his voice. "You seem to know a great deal about the Hearthstone and about me, but I do not know you, Master Bracegirdle, and I do not know why I should trust you with something that was hidden away for safekeeping by my own ancestors." Rowan turned to face him fully, and in the lamplight his features seemed to shift and change, becoming less hobbit-like and more something else, something older and stranger. "Your ancestors hid it away because they knew it was too dangerous to be used, too powerful to be wielded without great risk. The Hearthstone does not simply protect the Shire, as you may have been led to believe. It binds the Shire, holds it fixed in a particular state, prevents it from changing or growing or becoming anything other than what it was when the stone was first buried. It is a beautiful prison, Bramble, and those who live within its influence are as much its captives as they are its beneficiaries." The word struck Bramble like a physical blow. A prison? The Shire, his beloved Shire, held captive by the very thing that was supposed to protect it? He wanted to deny it, to reject this dark interpretation of what he'd found. But somewhere deep in his heart a small voice whispered that there might be truth in what Rowan said. The Shire was unchanging, constant, resistant to the passage of time and the troubles of the world in ways that were almost unnatural. While kingdoms rose and fell beyond its borders, while wars raged and ages turned, the Shire remained the same, generation after generation, as if caught in an eternal loop of seasons and harvests and simple pleasures. "Even if what you say is true," Bramble said slowly, "that does not mean the Hearthstone should be destroyed or removed. Perhaps that constancy is a good thing. Perhaps the Shire needs to be protected from change, from the darkness and danger of the wider world." "Perhaps," Rowan agreed, his voice soft and almost sympathetic. "Or perhaps the hobbits of the Shire deserve the freedom to choose their own path, to face whatever comes and grow from it, rather than being kept in perpetual childhood by an ancient spell they do not even know exists." Bramble stood in the centre of his sitting room, his mind racing with conflicting thoughts and feelings. Everything Rowan said made a terrible kind of sense, yet accepting it would mean acknowledging that the thing he had believed to be the Shire's greatest treasure might actually be its greatest burden. He thought of all the stories he had collected over the years, all the tales of hobbit life and tradition. Were they really just the same stories being repeated endlessly, variations on the same themes because nothing truly new could ever happen within the Hearthstone's influence? "I can see the doubt in your eyes," Rowan said, taking a step closer. "Good. Doubt is the beginning of wisdom, but doubt alone will not free the Shire from the stone's binding. Action is required, and I'm here to help you take that action. Together, we can remove the Heartstone's influence, can break the spell that has held your people in stasis for generations. Think of what the Hobbits could become if they were truly free. Think of the adventures they might have, the changes they might make, the growth they might experience. But even as Rowan spoke these enticing words, something in Bramble rebelled against them. He remembered his dream, the vision of the Founders placing the Heartstone with such reverence and care. He remembered the feeling of peace that had washed over him when he first held the stone, the sense of rightness and home. And he remembered something else, something the mysterious writing in his journal had said. The Heartstone must remain hidden and protected, for if it were ever to fall into the wrong hands or be removed from its resting place, the peace and prosperity of the Shire would be threatened. You want me to help you destroy it, Bramble said, and it was not a question. You want me to give you the Heartstone so that you can undo whatever magic holds the Shire safe. But I think you are lying to me, Master Bracegirdle, or whoever you really are. I think the Heartstone does exactly what I was told it does. It protects the Shire, keeps it safe from the darkness of the wider world, and I think you represent that darkness, that you want to break the protection so that something terrible can happen here. Rowan's face darkened, and the pretense of friendliness fell away like a discarded cloak. When he spoke again, his voice had changed, becoming deeper and more resonant, carrying harmonics that no Hobbit voice should possess. You are more perceptive than I gave you credit for, little keeper. Yes, I want the Heartstone, but not to free the Shire. I want it because it is a reservoir of power, centuries of accumulated protection magic bound into crystalline form. With it, I could work wonders, could reshape the world according to my will, and yes, without it the Shire would be vulnerable, would be open to influences it has been sheltered from for far too long. But that is not my concern. Give me the stone, Bramble Goodbarrel, and I will leave you and your people in peace. Refuse, and I will take it by force, and you will not survive the taking. Fear coursed through Bramble's veins, cold and sharp, but beneath the fear was something else. Anger. Righteous indignation at this creature, whatever it was, coming into his home and threatening him, threatening the Shire. He thought of all the Hobbits sleeping peacefully into their holes, trusting that the world would be kind to them, that they would wake to another day of simple pleasures and gentle routines. He thought of the children playing in the gardens, of the old folks smoking their pipes by their hearths, of the farmers tending their fields and the brewers crafting their ales. All of it existed under the Heartstone's protection, whether they knew it or not. No, Bramble said, and was surprised by how steady his voice sounded. I will not give it to you. I am the keeper now, chosen by whatever power wrote in my journal and led me to find the stone, and I will defend it with my life if necessary. Rowan laughed, a sound like breaking glass. Your life? What good is one Hobbit's life against the power I command? You're brave, I will grant you that, but bravery without strength is merely foolishness. He raised his hand, and Bramble saw darkness beginning to gather around his fingers, coalescing into something solid and menacing. Last chance, Keeper. Give me the stone or suffer the consequences of your defiance. Bramble's mind worked frantically. He was no warrior, had never wielded anything more dangerous than a butter knife in his entire life. He had no magic of his own, no special powers beyond a good memory and a way with words. But he had something else. He had his stories, his journals, his lifetime of collected wisdom about the Shire and its people, and he had the Heartstone itself, somewhere in his study, pulsing with protective magic that had kept the Shire safe for countless generations. I do not need strength, Bramble heard himself say, words coming from some deep well of courage he'd not known he possessed. I have something better. I have home. I have the combined will of every Hobbit who has ever lived in the Shire, every story ever told by these hearths, every memory of peace and safety that has been woven into this land. The Heartstone is not just a magical object, Master Bracegirdle. It is the soul of the Shire itself, and you cannot take it because I am not its only keeper. We all are, every Hobbit who calls this place home. As he spoke these words, Bramble became aware of a warmth spreading through his chest, a gentle heat that seemed to radiate outward from his heart. He looked down and saw, to his astonishment, that a soft golden light was emanating from beneath his waistcoat, growing brighter with each passing moment. The light spread through the room, pushing back the darkness that Rowan had summoned. Filling every corner with its warm glow, Rowan hissed and drew back, shielding his eyes from the radiance. "Impossible," he snarled. "You cannot channel the stone's power. You're nothing but a collector of tales, a hobbit with no magic in his blood." "You're wrong," Bramble said, and now his voice carried its own power, resonating with something ancient and true. "Stories are magic. Memory is magic. Love of home and land and people is the oldest magic spirit of all. Older than your darkness, stronger than your greed. The Heartstone chose me because I understand this. Because I've spent my life preserving the stories that make the Shire what it is, and those stories give me strength now." The light grew brighter still, and Bramble could feel the presence of the Heartstone, even though it remained in his study, could feel its power flowing through him like a river of warmth and protection. Images flashed through his mind, memories that were not his own. He saw the founders of the Shire again, saw them placing the stone with such care. But he also saw what came before, saw the troubles they had fled, the darkness they had escaped. Wars and betrayals, loss and suffering, all the terrible things that could befall people when they had no safe haven to shelter them. The Heartstone had been created to ensure that the Hobbits would always have that safe haven, that one corner of Middle-earth would remain untouched by the great conflicts and catastrophes that swept through the wider world. It was not a prison but a sanctuary, not a binding but a blessing, and those who lived within its protection were not captives but the lucky ones, the fortunate few who had been granted the gift of peace in a world that knew too little of it. "Leave my home," Bramble commanded, and his words carried the weight of the Heartstone's power behind them. "Leave the Shire and do not return. You have no claim here, no right to what we have built and preserved. The Heartstone will remain where it belongs, in the hands of those who understand its true purpose," Rowan snarled, his features contorting with rage and frustration. For a moment it seemed he might attack anyway, might hurl his gathered darkness at Bramble despite the protective light that surrounded him. But then, perhaps sensing that he was truly outmatched here, in this place of stories and memory and home, he relented. The darkness dissipated from his hands, and he drew his cloak around himself with a sharp, angry gesture. "You have made a powerful enemy this night, Bramble Goodbarrel," he said, his voice cold and full of menace. "The Heartstone may protect you now, may shield your precious Shire from my influence. But there are other ways to break a sanctuary, other methods of corrupting what you hold dear. This is not over. I will return, and when I do you will wish you had given me what I wanted when you had the chance." With those ominous words hanging in the air like a curse, Rowan Bracegirdle turned and strode to the door. He paused at the threshold, casting one final look back at Bramble, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light that confirmed he was no hobbit at all, but something else wearing a hobbit shape. Then he stepped out into the night and was gone, dissolving into the shadows as if he'd never been there at all. Bramble stood motionless for several long moments after the door had closed, his heart still pounding, the golden light slowly fading from his chest until it disappeared entirely. His legs suddenly felt weak, and he sank into his armchair, trembling with the after-effects of fear and the strange power that had flowed through him. What had just happened? How had he been able to channel the Heartstone's magic? And more importantly, what did Rowan's threat mean for the future of the Shire? As his breathing gradually steadied and the immediate terror of the confrontation began to ebb, Bramble became aware of sounds outside his round green door. Voices, many of them growing louder as they approached. He rose on unsteady legs and opened the door to find what seemed like half of Hobbiton gathered on his doorstep, carrying lanterns and sticks, their faces etched with concern and curiosity. At the front of the crowd stood Sam Gamgee, the Gaffer's son, holding a stout cudgel and looking uncharacteristically fierce. "Mr. Bramble, sir," Sam said, his voice filled with worry. "We saw that strange fellow come this way with you, and there was talk in the Dragon about mysterious stones and danger. We wanted to make sure you were all right. There was an odd light coming from your windows, and we heard voices raised. Has there been trouble?" Bramble looked out at the gathered hobbits, at their honest, concerned faces illuminated by lantern light, and felt a surge of affection for them so strong it nearly brought tears to his eyes. These were his people, his neighbours, his fellow keepers of the Shire, whether they knew it or not. They had come to help him, to stand with him against whatever threat they perceived, armed with nothing but garden tools and good intentions. And in that moment, Bramble understood something profound about the Hearthstone's true power. It did not protect the Shire through magic alone, through some impersonal spell that kept danger at bay. It worked through the Hobbits themselves, through their bonds of friendship and community, through their willingness to look out for one another and stand together when needed. The stone was a focus, a repository of that collective care and concern, but the real power had always resided in the Hobbits who called the Shire home. That was why Bramble had been able to channel its magic when confronted by Rowan, because he had spoken for all of them, had drawn on the strength of every Hobbit past and present who loved the Shire and wanted to keep it safe. There was trouble, Bramble admitted, opening his door wider and gesturing for them to come in. But it has passed for now. Come in, all of you, and I will tell you a story, the most important story I have ever had to tell. They crowded into his sitting room, filling every available chair and perching on the arms of furniture, standing along the walls when the seats ran out. Bramble looked around at their expectant faces and took a deep breath. He had kept the secret of the Hearthstone for weeks now, had told no one of his discovery or the responsibility he carried. But Rowan's visit had made one thing clear. He could not be the keeper alone. The Hearthstone belonged to all the Hobbits of the Shire, and they deserved to know about it, to understand what protected them and why. So Bramble told them everything. He told them about the mysterious writing that had appeared in his journal, about his journey to the place where the four farthings met, about finding the dancing hair tree and the sleeping moonstone. He described the Hearthstone itself, its gentle glow and the feeling of peace it brought. He recounted his dream of the founders and what he'd come sleeping moonstone. He described the Hearthstone itself, its gentle glow and the feeling of peace it brought. He recounted his dream of the founders and what he'd come to understand about the stone's purpose. And finally he told them about Rowan Bracegirdle and the confrontation that had just taken place, about the threat that still hung over them all. The Hobbits listened in rapt silence, their eyes growing wider with each revelation. When Bramble finished speaking, there was a long moment of stunned quiet before the questions began to pour forth. Was the Hearthstone really in this very house? Could they see it? Was the Shire truly in danger? What could they do to help protect it? Bramble raised his hands for quiet, and gradually the voices subsided. Yes, the Hearthstone is here in my study, and yes, I believe you should see it. Not just to satisfy your curiosity, but because you're all keepers now, whether you choose to be or not. That creature, whatever it was, knows the stone is here, study, where the small wooden box still sat on its table in the corner. One by one, in hushed reverence, the Hobbits filed past to look at the Hearthstone as Bramble opened the box and lifted it into the lamplight. Each Hobbit who gazed upon it seemed to feel something, some deep connection or recognition, as if the stone spoke to a part of them they had not known existed. Some wept quietly, others smiled with wonder. All of them understood in that moment that they were looking at something precious beyond measure. Old Gaffer Gamgee, who had been sceptical of the whole business until he saw the stone with his own eyes, wiped a tear from his weathered cheek and said gruffly, "Well, I'll be. That's real, that is. Real magic, like in the old tales. And you say that's what's been keeping us safe all these years? Keeping the Shire the Shire?" "That is what I believe," Bramble confirmed. "And that is why we cannot let it fall into the wrong hands. Rowan, or whatever its true name is, wanted the stone's power for itself, but there may be others who seek it, others who would use it or destroy it to harm us. We need to be vigilant. We need to watch over it together." A young hobbit named Merry Brandybuck, who had been listening intently throughout the entire story, spoke up from the back of the room. "Mr. Bramble, sir, you said the stone was hidden beneath the dancing hair tree because that was where the four farthings met. Maybe it needs to be in a place that belongs to all of us, not just kept in one hobbit's hole. Not that we don't trust you," he added hastily, "but if it's meant to protect all the Shire, shouldn't it be somewhere more central, somewhere we could all help guard?" It was a thoughtful suggestion, and Bramble considered it carefully. There was wisdom in the young hobbit's words. Keeping the Hearthstone in his own home had made sense when he alone knew of its existence. But now that the secret was shared, perhaps a different arrangement would be better. Yet where in the Shire could they place it that would be both secure and accessible, that would allow the hobbits to watch over it without making it too obvious a target? The "The party tree," said Sam Gamgee suddenly, his eyes lighting up with inspiration. "Begging your pardon, Mr. Bramble. But what about the party tree in Hobbiton? It's the oldest tree in these parts, older even than the dancing hare tree you found. It stands right in the centre of the village where everyone can see it, and its roots go deep, deeper than any hole. We could make a hiding place there beneath the roots, where the stone could rest safe but also where it could be close to all of us, right in the heart of our community." A murmur of approval ran through the assembled hobbits. The party tree was indeed beloved by all, a gathering place for celebrations and festivals, a symbol of Hobbiton itself. What better guardian for the Hearthstone than the great tree beneath whose branches generations of hobbits had danced and feasted and shared their lives? Bramble nodded slowly, warming to the idea. "It has merit," he said. "The party tree is certainly central enough, and if we were careful about how we conceal the stone, it could rest there safely while remaining close to those it protects. But we would need to create a proper hiding place, something that would not be easily discovered by those who might come searching, and we would need to establish guardians, hobbits who would commit to watching over the tree and the stone hidden within it." "I'll do it," Sam said immediately. "I'll watch over it, tend the tree and make sure nothing disturbs it. My old gaffer has been the gardener for Bag End for years, and I've learned everything he knows about growing things. I can care for the party tree and keep the stone safe." Others voiced their willingness to help as well. Mary Brandybuck offered to organise regular patrols around Hobbiton, hobbits who would keep their eyes open for strangers or anything unusual. Rosie Cotton, who worked at the Green Dragon, promised to listen carefully to travellers' talk and report anything suspicious. One by one, the hobbits of Hobbiton pledged themselves to the protection of the Hearthstone, forming an informal fellowship of guardians bound by their love of the Shire and their determination to keep it safe. The preparations began the very next morning. While most of Hobbiton slept late after the excitement of the previous night, a small group of dedicated hobbits gathered at the party tree as the sun rose over the eastern hills. Sam Gamgee was there with his garden tools, along with his father the Gaffer, who had been let in on the secret and had agreed to help despite his initial grumbling about foolishness and folk getting ideas above their station. Mary Brandybuck had come with his cousin Pippin Took, both young hobbits eager to be part of something important and secret. And Bramble himself stood among them, the wooden box containing the Hearthstone clutched carefully in his hands. The party tree was magnificent in the early morning light, its ancient trunk wider than 3 hobbits standing side by side, its branches spreading in a vast canopy that cast dappled shadows across the village green. The tree had witnessed countless celebrations over the generations, had sheltered lovers and children at play, had stood strong through storms and seasons without number. If any place in Hobbiton could serve as a worthy guardian for the Hearthstone, it was this one. Sam approached the tree with reverence, running his hands over the rough bark and examining the pattern of roots that emerged from the earth and dove back down again, creating natural hollows and caves beneath the soil. "Here," he said at last, pointing to a spot on the western side of the tree where the roots formed a particularly deep hollow. "This would do nicely. Deep enough to hide the stone, but not so deep that we couldn't get to it if needed. And see how that big root arches over? We could use it as a kind of natural door." The Gaffer nodded approvingly, inspecting his son's choice with a critical eye. "Aye, that'll work. But we'll need to dig it out proper, make a little chamber lined with stones to keep the damp out. Can't have the Hearthstone sitting in mud and water, can we? That wouldn't be respectful." So they set to work, digging carefully so as not to damage the tree's roots, removing soil by the handful and setting it aside in neat piles. It was slow, painstaking labour, made more difficult by their determination to be thorough and do the job right. As they dug, other hobbits began to arrive, curious about what was happening beneath the party tree. Most had not been present the night before and knew nothing of the Hearthstone, so those who were in on the secret simply said they were doing some maintenance on the tree, improving the drainage around its roots. By mid-morning they had created a chamber roughly the size of a large pumpkin, its walls carefully shored up with flat stones that Pippin had gathered from a nearby wall. The hollow was dry and secure, protected from above by the arching roots and from the sides by the carefully fitted stones. It looked, Bramble thought, rather like a tiny hobbit hole, complete with its own round entrance. All it needed now was its precious occupant. But before they placed the Hearthstone in its new home, Bramble felt compelled to speak a few words. He called the small group of guardians to gather close, and they formed a circle around the tree, their hands resting on its bark. "We are doing something important here," Bramble said softly. "We are not just hiding a magical object. We are placing the very heart of the Shire in the keeping of this tree, in the keeping of this community. From this day forward, the party tree will be more than just a place of celebration. It will be a sacred trust, a living guardian that we must tend and protect as it protects us." He opened the wooden box and lifted out the hearthstone. In the morning sunlight, it seemed to glow even more brightly than usual, its internal light pulsing with what Bramble could have sworn was approval. He held it up so that each of the guardians could see it clearly, could fix its image in their minds and remember always what they were protecting. "Each of you has pledged to watch over this stone and keep it safe," Bramble continued. "That is a solemn responsibility, one that may be passed down to your children and your children's children, but remember always that you do not bear this burden alone. We are guardians together, a fellowship bound by our love of the Shire and our determination to preserve what makes it special. If ever danger threatens, if ever you see or hear something that troubles you, you must not hesitate to call on the others. Together we are strong. Together we can keep the Shire safe." One by one, the hobbits placed their hands over their hearts and spoke a simple vow. "I will guard the hearthstone. I will protect the Shire. I will stand with my fellow guardians in times of trouble and in times of peace." The words were not ancient or magical, but they carried weight nonetheless, binding these hobbits together in common purpose. When the vows had been spoken, Bramble knelt down and carefully placed the hearthstone in the chamber beneath the tree's roots. As soon as it settled into place, something remarkable happened. The tree seemed to shiver, its leaves rustling though there was no wind, and a feeling of rightness spread through all who stood witness. It was as if the tree recognized what had been entrusted to it, as if the hearthstone and the party tree had formed an instant connection, two ancient things acknowledging each other's power and purpose. Sam immediately set to work concealing the entrance to the chamber, fitting a carefully chosen flat stone over the opening, and then covering it with soil and moss until it looked like nothing more than a natural part of the tree's root system. When he had finished, even those who knew the stone was there could barely tell where it had been placed. The hiding place was perfect, secure and secret, hidden in plain sight in the very centre of Hobbiton. As the guardians stood back to admire their work, Pippin asked the question that had been on several of their minds. "What do we tell the other hobbits? I mean, folk are going to notice that we've been digging around the party tree. And what about when that Rowan creature comes back like he threatened? Shouldn't everyone be warned to watch out for strangers?" It was a good question, and one that Bramble had been pondering himself. On one hand, the fewer hobbits who knew about the Hearthstone, the safer the secret would be. On the other hand, Rowan's threat suggested that danger might be coming to the Shire, and the hobbits deserved to be prepared for it, even if they did not know all the details. "We will tell them part of the truth," Bramble decided. "We will say that there have been reports of suspicious strangers in the area, travellers asking strange questions and showing unusual interest in the history and customs of the Shire. We will encourage all hobbits to be watchful, to report any odd occurrences or unfamiliar faces, but we will not mention the Hearthstone itself unless absolutely necessary. The knowledge of it will remain with us, the Guardians, and with those we deem trustworthy enough to join our fellowship." The Gaffer nodded his approval. Sensible. No need to start a panic or have folk gossiping about magic stones and ancient spells. Most hobbits wouldn't believe it anyway, and those that did would only worry themselves sick. Better to keep them alert but not frightened. Over the following days and weeks, word spread quietly through Hobbiton and the surrounding villages that there might be trouble brewing, that hobbits should be cautious and watchful. The sheriffs, the closest thing the Shire had to law enforcement, were informed that there had been reports of suspicious characters and were asked to increase their patrols. Gates were checked more carefully at night, and travellers were questioned more thoroughly about their business. But life in the Shire continued much as it always had. The harvest came in, golden and bountiful. The autumn festivals were celebrated with the usual enthusiasm, with dancing and feasting beneath the party tree that now held its secret treasure. Hobbits went about their daily routines, tending their gardens and visiting their neighbours, smoking their pipes and telling their stories, blissfully unaware that beneath the greatest tree in Hobbiton rested an object of immense power, watched over by a fellowship of guardians who had pledged their lives to its protection. Bramble returned to his usual habits as well, wandering the roads of the Shire with his notebook and his listening ear, collecting stories from any hobbit willing to share them. But his perspective had changed. Every tale he recorded now felt more precious, more vital to the preservation of the Shire's character. He understood as never before that these stories were not just entertainment or historical record. They were the living memory of the Shire, the accumulated wisdom and experience of generations of hobbits, and they were as much a part of the Heartstone's protection as the magic that resided in the crystal itself. He also kept careful watch for any sign of Rowan Bracegirdle or others like him. But as the weeks turned into months and autumn gave way to winter, no strangers appeared in Hobbiton asking uncomfortable questions or displaying unnatural powers. The Shire remained peaceful, wrapped in its customary cocoon of safety and tranquility. The Heartstone pulsed quietly beneath the party tree, and the Fellowship of Guardians maintained their vigilant watch. Yet Bramble could not quite shake the feeling that this peace was temporary, that Rowan's threat had been genuine and would eventually be made good. Somewhere out in the wider world, beyond the borders of the Shire, forces were moving that had set their sights on the Heartstone. And when they came, as Bramble felt certain they would, the Guardians would need to be ready to defend not just a magical object, but the very soul of the Shire itself. Winter settled over the Shire like a soft white blanket, transforming the green hills and fields into a landscape of pristine snow and ice-rimed trees. The hobbits of Hobbiton bundled themselves in their warmest clothes and spent their days indoors by roaring fires, venturing out only when necessary to tend to essential chores or to gather at the Green Dragon for warmth and companionship. The party tree stood sentinel over the village green, its bare branches etched against the grey winter sky like dark lace, its roots buried deep beneath snow and frozen earth, guarding the secret that pulsed quietly in the chamber below. It was on the longest night of the year, when darkness held dominion over the land and the winter solstice celebration had drawn every hobbit in Hobbiton to the Green Dragon for mulled wine and mince pies, that the threat Bramble had been dreading finally materialised. He was walking home alone through the silent, snow-covered streets, his breath misting in the frigid air when he felt it. A disturbance in the peaceful atmosphere of the Shire, a ripple of wrongness that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up, and his heart begin to race. He stopped in the middle of the lane, listening intently. At first there was nothing but the usual sounds of a winter night, the creak of snow-laden branches and the distant hoot of an owl. But then he heard it, faint but unmistakable. Voices, many of them, speaking in harsh tones and languages that had no place in the Shire, and they were coming from the direction of the party tree. Bramble broke into a run, his feet slipping on the icy ground, his breath coming in sharp gasps as fear and urgency drove him forward. As he rounded the corner and the village green came into view, he stopped short, his blood running cold at the sight before him. Surrounding the party tree were at least a dozen figures, tall and dark against the snow, their forms wrapped in cloaks that seemed to absorb what little light the stars and moon provided. They were digging at the base of the tree, tearing away the carefully placed moss and soil that concealed the Heartstone's hiding place. And standing at the centre of this group, directing their efforts with sharp gestures and commands, was Rowan Bracegirdle. He had returned just as he had promised, and he had brought reinforcements. For a moment Bramble stood frozen, uncertain what to do. He was alone, and these creatures, whatever they were, vastly outnumbered him. If he tried to stop them by himself, he would surely fail, would likely be killed or worse. But if he ran to fetch help, they might find the Heartstone before the other Guardians could arrive. The choice was impossible, the situation hopeless. But then Bramble remembered something. He remembered the night Rowan had first come to his home, remembered the way the Heartstone's power had flowed through him when he spoke from the heart about the Shire and its people. He remembered that he was not just a hobbit standing alone against darkness, but a keeper of stories, a guardian of memory, connected through those stories to every hobbit who had ever lived in the Shire. That connection was power, was magic of a kind these dark creatures could not comprehend. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Bramble stepped out into the open and called out in a voice much stronger than he felt. "Stop! You're trespassing in the Shire, and you have no right to what you seek. Leave now, while you still can, or face the consequences of your actions." The figures turned as one to look at him, and Rowan's laughter rang out across the snow-covered green, cruel and mocking. "Bramble Goodbarrel, the brave little keeper. I told you I would return, and I have kept my word, but this time you will not face me alone and unprepared. This time I have brought sufficient force to take what I want, and no amount of channeling the stone's power will save you. You are outnumbered and outmatched. Surrender the Heartstone willingly, and I will allow you and your pathetic village to live. Resist, and I will reduce Hobbiton to ashes and take the stone from the ruins." Bramble's mind raced. He needed time, needed to delay these creatures long enough for help to arrive. But how? What could he possibly say or do that would slow their progress without getting himself killed? And then, as he had done so many times before when faced with a difficult situation, Bramble turned to what he knew best. He began to tell a story. "Before you take the Heartstone," he called out, his voice carrying clearly across the green, "there is something you should know. Something about what happened the last time someone tried to steal it, back in the early days of the Shire. It is a cautionary tale, one that might make you reconsider your course of action." Rowan made an impatient gesture, and his followers resumed their digging, but Bramble noticed that several of them had paused to listen. Curiosity, it seemed, was not limited to hobbits. In the second generation after the founding, Bramble continued, raising his voice to be heard over the sound of their excavation, there came to the Shire a wizard. Not a great wizard like Gandalf, but a lesser practitioner of the arcane arts, one who had heard rumours of a powerful artefact hidden somewhere in these lands. He searched for years, questioning hobbits and examining ancient texts, until finally he discovered the location of the Heartstone. Like you, he came in the dead of night. Like you, he brought forces he believed would be sufficient to take what he wanted, and like you, he thought the hobbits would be powerless to stop him. More of the dark figures had stopped their digging now, their attention caught by Bramble's words despite themselves. Even Rowan seemed curious, though he maintained his contemptuous expression. What this wizard did not understand, Bramble went on, was that the Heartstone is not like other magical objects. It cannot simply be taken and wielded by anyone who possesses it. It is bound to the Shire itself, to the land and the people, and it will not serve those who would use it for selfish purposes. When the wizard finally unearthed the stone and reached out to claim it, the Heartstone defended itself. It showed him visions, you see. Visions of everything he loved being destroyed, everyone he cared about suffering and dying, his own ambitions turned to dust and ashes. The visions were so powerful, so terrible, that the wizard's mind shattered. He ran screaming from the Shire and was never seen again, though some say he still wanders the wild lands, mad and broken, haunted by what the Heartstone showed him. It was a good story, and Bramble told it well, with all the skill he had developed over years of collecting and sharing tales. But the problem was that he had made it up entirely. There had never been such a wizard, never such an attempt to steal the Heartstone in the early days of the Shire. Bramble had invented the tale out of whole cloth, hoping to frighten or at least give pause to these dark creatures. For a moment he thought it might actually work. The diggers had stopped entirely now, and even Rowan looked uncertain. But then one of the cloaked figures spoke, its voice dry and rasping like wind through dead leaves. "A pretty tale, little hobbit, but nothing more than that. The Heartstone has no such defensive capabilities. We know what it is and what it can do, and your stories will not protect you." Rowan's confidence returned in a rush, and he gestured sharply for his followers to resume. "We know what it is and what it can do, and your stories will not protect you." Rowan's confidence returned in a rush, and he gestured sharply for his followers to resume their work. "Indeed. Enough of this delay. Find the stone and bring it to me, and someone silence that chattering hobbit before he wears out my patience entirely." Two of the dark figures detached themselves from the group around the tree and began moving toward Bramble with clear menace in their movements. Bramble backed away, his heart hammering in his chest, his mind frantically searching for some other strategy, some other way to delay the inevitable. But he was out of ideas and out of time. And then, like a miracle, help arrived. From every direction, hobbits began emerging from the shadows, dozens of them armed with whatever they had been able to grab in haste. Pitchforks and garden hose, rolling pins and fire pokers, walking sticks and kitchen knives. They had heard the commotion, had seen the strange figures surrounding the party tree, shouted, his voice ringing out with surprising authority for such a young hobbit. You've got no business here, and we won't stand by while you dig up our village green." The hobbit spread outed, his voice ringing out with surprising authority for such a young hobbit. "You've got no business here, and we won't stand by while you dig up our village green." The hobbits spread out around the party tree, forming a protective circle between the dark figures and their prize. They were vastly outnumbered and certainly outmatched in terms of power, but there was something in their stance, in the way they held their makeshift weapons and set their jaws, that spoke of absolute determination. This was their home, their shire, and they would defend it with everything they had. Rowan regarded the assembled hobbits with a mixture of amusement and annoyance. How touching! The little folk have come to protect their precious stone, but you're foolish if you think garden tools and kitchen implements can stand against the power I command. Not move. If anything, they press closer together, drawing strength from their proximity to one another. Old Gaffer Gamgee stepped forward. Not move. If anything, they press closer together, drawing strength from their proximity to one another. Old Gaffer Gamgee stepped forward, his weathered face set in lines of stubborn defiance. "We don't care about your power, stranger. We care about the Shire, and we won't let you take what doesn't belong to you. Now you've had your warning, same as you gave us. Leave now, or discover what happens when you threaten a hobbit's home." For a moment the tableau held, neither side willing to make the first move. The snow continued to fall gently around them, muffling sound and coating everything in white, as if nature itself were holding its breath to see what would happen. Bramble, standing among his fellow hobbits, felt the Hearthstone's presence beneath the tree, felt its power thrumming through the earth like its. It was protecting it through the hobbits themselves, through their courage and their loyalty and their unwavering love of home. That was its true magic, its real power. It inspired the hobbits to be their best selves, to stand together against threats, to defend what mattered most. The stone did not need to attack Rowan or his followers directly. It simply needed to ensure that the hobbits had the strength and unity to do so themselves. "Now!" Rowan shouted, his patience finally exhausted, and the dark figures surged forward toward the line of hobbits. What followed was chaos, but chaos of a peculiar sort. The dark creatures, whatever they were, clearly had not expected such fierce resistance from beings they had dismissed as inconsequential. Sam swung his shovel with surprising skill, connecting with the head of one attacker and sending it sprawling. The gaffer jabbed his pitchfork at another, forcing it back. All along the line, hobbits fought with a desperate courage born of necessity, their smaller size and lack of magical power offset by their intimate knowledge of the terrain and their determination to protect what was theirs. Bramble found himself face to face with one of the cloaked figures, its eyes glowing with an unnatural yellow light beneath its hood. It reached for him with long clawed fingers, and Bramble did the only thing he could think of. He began reciting one of the old protection charms he had found in a journal years ago, words in a language he did not fully understand, but which felt right in this moment. To his amazement, the creature recoiled as if struck, hissing with pain or fear. The words, Bramble realized, were not powerful in themselves, but spoken here, in the shadow of the party tree with the Hearthstone pulsing beneath its roots, spoken by a hobbit defending his home and his people, they carried weight. They were backed by centuries of accumulated protection, by the combined will of every hobbit who had ever loved the Shire, and that was a force these dark creatures could not easily overcome. Seeing that the hobbits were holding their ground, Rowan himself entered the fray, his face contorted with rage. Darkness gathered around his hands, coalescing into bolts of shadow that he hurled at the defenders. Where the darkness struck, hobbits cried out and fell, not dead but stunned and dazed, temporarily removed from the fight. It was clear that if Rowan continued unchecked, he would eventually overwhelm the hobbit defenders through sheer magical power. But Bramble had not been idle. While the battle raged around him, he had been working his way toward the party tree itself, toward the place where the Hearthstone lay hidden. If he could reach it, could touch it directly, perhaps he could channel enough of its power to turn the tide. It was a desperate plan, and he had no idea if it would work, but he could think of nothing else to try. He dodged between fighting hobbits and dark creatures, slipped on the icy ground and scrambled back to his feet, pressed himself against the massive trunk of the party tree and began frantically brushing away snow and debris from the spot where Sam had concealed the entrance to the chamber. His fingers were numb with cold and fear, but he worked as quickly as he could, knowing that every second counted. Finally, he felt the edge of the flat stone that covered the opening. He pried it up with trembling fingers and thrust his hand into the hollow beneath, searching desperately for the wooden box. His fingers closed around it, and immediately he felt warmth flooding through him, the Hearthstone's power responding to his touch and his need. "Stop!" Bramble shouted, and his voice carried across the village green with unexpected force, cutting through the sounds of battle like a knife. Everyone froze, hobbits and dark creatures alike, and turning to look at him as he stood by the tree with the Hearthstone's box clutched in his hands. Rowan's eyes widened with a mixture of triumph and greed. "Finally," he breathed. "Bring it to me, Keeper, and this unpleasantness can end." But Bramble had no intention of handing over the Hearthstone. Instead, he opened the box and lifted the stone itself then into the air, holding it high so that all could see its gentle glow. And as he held it, he spoke. Not in ancient languages or magical formulas, but in simple, honest words that came straight from his heart. "This stone is the heart of the Shire," he said, his voice steady and clear. "It holds within it the memories and hopes of every hobbit who's ever called this place home. It is not a weapon to be wielded or a treasure to be hoarded. It is a trust, a sacred responsibility that we hobbits have kept for generations, and we will continue to keep it, no matter what threats may come against us." As he spoke, the Hearthstone began to glow more brightly, its light intensifying until it illuminated the entire village green. The darkness that Rowan had summoned seemed to shrink back from that light, unable to withstand its gentle but inexorable power. And all around Bramble, the hobbits began to feel it too, that warmth and strength flowing through them, renewing their courage and binding them together more closely than ever before. Rowan snarled and raised his hands to summon more darkness, to strike Bramble down before he could do whatever it was he planned to do. But before the dark wizard could complete his spell, something unexpected happened. The party tree itself began to move. Its branches, which had hung dormant and still in the winter air, suddenly came alive, whipping through the snow-filled darkness with purpose and power. They wrapped around the dark creatures, binding them and lifting them off the ground, holding them suspended in the air like ornaments on a festival tree. Even Rowan found himself caught, branches wrapping around his arms and legs and torso, preventing him from casting his spells or escaping. "Impossible," Rowan gasped, struggling against the tree's grip. "The stone has no such power. Trees do not obey magical artifacts." "You are right," Bramble said, smiling despite his exhaustion and fear. "The Hearthstone does not command the tree, but the tree has stood here for centuries, has sheltered and protected the hobbits of Hobbiton for generation after generation. It knows us, cares for us in its own way, and now that we have entrusted it with the Hearthstone, now that the two are connected, the tree has become something more. It has become a true guardian, not just of the stone, but of all the Shire." The tree's branches tightened around Rowan and his followers, and one by one they began to fade, to dissolve into shadow and mist as if their physical forms could not maintain cohesion in the face of such pure, concentrated protection. Rowan's eyes met Bramble's one last time, filled with impotent rage and disbelief. "This is not over," he hissed. "There are other powers in this world, other forces that desire what you guard. They will come, and when they do, your precious tree and your simple folk magic will not be enough to stop them." "Perhaps," Bramble acknowledged, "but we will face them when they come together as we have faced you. That is the true power of the Shire," Rowan Bracegirdle. "Not the Hearthstone alone, but the hobbits who protect it and the bonds of community that bind us. You will never understand that, and that is why you will always fail." With those words, Rowan and the last of his dark followers dissolved completely, their forms scattering on the wind like smoke, leaving behind only a faint stain of shadow on the pristine snow. The silence that followed Rowan's disappearance was profound, broken only by the soft whisper of falling snow and the laboured breathing of hobbits who had just fought the battle of their lives. For a long moment no one moved, as if they could not quite believe that the threat had truly passed, that they had actually won. Then, slowly, the hobbits began to lower their weapons, to turn to one another with expressions of wonder and relief and exhausted triumph. Sam was the first to break the silence, letting his shovel fall to the ground and rushing to Bramble's side. "Mr. Bramble, sir, are you all right?" That was the bravest thing I've ever seen, standing up to that creature with nothing but the hearthstone in your hands. You saved us all, you did." But Bramble shook his head, carefully replacing the hearthstone in its box and cradling it against his chest. "No, Sam. We saved ourselves, all of us together. I may have held the stone, but it was the courage and determination of every hobbit here that gave it power. The hearthstone does not work alone. It works through us, through our love of the Shire and our willingness to protect it. That is the secret I have learned, the truth that Rowan and his kind will never understand." Around them, hobbits were helping one another to their feet, checking on those who had been struck by Rowan's darkness, and finding to their relief that the effects were already fading. The stunned hobbits were waking, groggy but unharmed, their memories of the battle already beginning to seem dreamlike and distant. The party tree stood tall and still once more, its branches hanging peacefully, as if it had never moved, though the disturbed snow and the absence of their enemies told the truth of what had transpired. The Gaffer approached Bramble, his weathered face creased with something that might have been approval. "Well now," he said gruffly, "I reckon I owe you an apology, Master Bramble. All these years I've been thinking your story collecting was just foolishness, just a waste of time that could be better spent on practical matters. But I see now that you were doing something important all along. You were keeping the memory of the Shire alive, keeping the stories that bind us together safe and preserved. And when danger came, it was those stories, that knowledge, that saved us." Bramble felt warmth spread through his chest that had nothing to do with the hearthstone. "Thank you, Gaffer. That means more to me than you know. But I hope you understand now that we must all be keepers, not just me. Every hobbit who loves the Shire, who cherishes its peace and its ways, is a guardian of the hearthstone whether they know it or not. The stories we tell, the traditions we maintain, the kindness we show to one another, all of it contributes to the protection that keeps us safe." As the first light of dawn began to paint the eastern sky, with streaks of pink and gold, the hobbits worked together to restore order to the village green. They smoothed the disturbed snow, gathered their scattered weapons, and helped one another home through the cold morning air. But before they dispersed, before they returned to their warm hearths and comfortable beds, Bramble called them to gather once more around the party tree. Standing with the hearthstone held carefully in his hands, Bramble spoke to the assembled hobbits with a solemnity befitting the moment. "What happened here tonight will be remembered," he said. "It will become part of the lore of the Shire, a story told by firesides for generations to come. But more than that, it marks a change in how we understand ourselves and our home. We know now that the Shire is protected, not by accident or good fortune, but by an ancient magic that works through us and for us. We know that there are forces in the wider world that would take that protection away if they could, and we know that we have the strength and the unity to defend what is ours." He knelt down and carefully returned the hearthstone to its chamber beneath the tree's roots, placing it gently in the hollow where it belonged. As soon as the stone settled into place, a feeling of rightness spread through all who watched, as if something that had been temporarily out of balance had been restored to its proper order. Sam moved forward to replace the covering stone and the concealing moss and soil, working with the same care he had shown when first creating the hiding place. "The hearthstone will rest here," Bramble continued, rising to his feet and brushing snow from his knees, "beneath the party tree in the heart of our community, and we will watch over it, as we have pledged to do. But we will also live our lives, tend our gardens, raise our families, tell our stories, and celebrate our festivals. We will be hobbits, in all the best ways that word implies, and in being ourselves, in being true to the values and traditions that make the Shire what it is, we will keep the hearthstone's magic strong." As the hobbits began to make their way home, talking quietly among themselves about the strange events of the night, Bramble lingered by the party tree a moment longer. He placed his hand against its rough bark, feeling the ancient strength of the wood, the deep roots that connected it to the earth and to the hearthstone hidden below. And he could have sworn he felt the tree respond, a subtle warmth beneath his palm, an acknowledgement of the trust that had been placed in it and the role it would play in protecting the Shire for years to come. In the days and weeks that followed, life in Hobbiton returned to its usual rhythms. The winter continued its slow march towards spring, snow giving way to rain and rain giving way to the first tentative signs of new growth. The hobbits went about their business, and to any casual observer nothing seemed to have changed. But Bramble knew better. He saw it in the way hobbits greeted one another on the lanes, with a little more warmth and recognition. He saw it in the way they gathered at the Green Dragon, sharing stories with a renewed appreciation for the power of tales well told. He saw it in the way they looked at the party tree, with respect and affection deepened by knowledge of what it guarded. The Fellowship of Guardians continued to meet regularly, though now their numbers had grown to include many of those who had fought in the battle. They took turns watching over the party tree, tending to its needs and keeping alert for any sign of new threats. But they also gathered simply to share one another's company, to tell stories and sing songs and remind themselves of what they were protecting. In this way, the guardianship of the Hearthstone became woven into the fabric of community life, not a burden but a source of connection and purpose. Bramble himself continued his work of collecting and preserving stories, but with a new understanding of their importance. Each tale he recorded was not just a piece of history or entertainment, but a thread in the great tapestry of protection that surrounded the Shire. He filled journal after journal with accounts of Hobbit life, both the extraordinary and the everyday, knowing that all of it mattered, that all of it contributed to the collective memory that gave the Hearthstone its power. As winter gave way to spring and the first flowers began to bloom around the party tree's roots, Bramble often found himself sitting beneath its branches, his journals spread around him, watching the hobbits of Hobbiton go about their peaceful lives. And he would think about the founders of the Shire, about the vision they had carried in their hearts when they first came to this land, a place of peace and safety, of good fellowship and simple pleasures, of gardens and good food and stories told by the fireside. That vision had endured for generations, protected by the Hearthstone and by the hobbits themselves. And as long as there were hobbits who loved the Shire, who tended its fields and walked its lanes, who gathered beneath the party tree to celebrate life's joys and support one another through its sorrows, that vision would continue to endure. The Hearthstone would pulse quietly in its hidden chamber, the party tree would spread its sheltering branches, and the stories would be told and retold, each one a small act of magic that helped keep the Shire safe and whole. This, Bramble thought, was the true chronicle of the Shire, not just a record of events and adventures, but a living testament to the power of home and community, of memory and tradition, of the bonds that tied hobbits to one another and to the land they loved. And he was honoured beyond measure to be its keeper, to play his small part in preserving the magic that made the Shire what it was and would always be. As the sun set on another peaceful day, casting long shadows across the village green, Bramble closed his journal and smiled, knowing that the stories would continue, that the Shire would endure, and that somewhere beneath the ancient roots of the party tree, the Hearthstone glowed softly in the darkness, keeping watch over the land it loved. Story 2. In the quiet days before the great troubles that would one day shake Middle-earth, when the Shire lay peaceful beneath endless skies and the concerns of hobbits extended no further than the next meal or the quality of their pipeweed, there lived in Hobbiton a most peculiar family. The Green Boughs, as they were known, dwelt in a spacious hobbit hole on the eastern slope of the hill where the morning sun struck their round green door with particular brilliance, and the garden bloomed with flowers that seemed always a touch more vibrant than those of their neighbours. At the head of this household stood Merrimac Greenbough, a stout and sensible hobbit of middle years, whose reputation as a practical fellow was known throughout the Four Farthings. His wife, Lily, possessed a disposition as sunny as her name suggested, always humming old songs as she worked in their kitchen or tended to the herb garden that sprawled behind their home. They had 3 children, and it was the middle child, a daughter named Ivy, who had become the heart of the tale that hobbit mothers still tell their little ones when the autumn winds blow cold and the shadows grow long across the Shire. Ivy Greenbough was neither the cleverest hobbit child nor the prettiest, though her eyes held a peculiar shade of green that seemed to shift like leaves in changing light. What set her apart from other hobbit children was something less easily named, a quality that the older folk would whisper about when they thought no one was listening. She had, they said, the gift of seeing things that others could not see, of knowing things that others did not know. When she was but 3 years old, she'd warned her father not to take the road to Bywater on a particular morning, and sure enough, a great oak had fallen across that very path not an hour after he would have passed. When she was 5, she had told her mother that Aunt Petunia would be arriving before supper, though no message had been sent and the aunt lived 3 days' journey away. Yet arrive Aunt Petunia did, appearing at the door just as the sun was setting, much to everyone's astonishment. The other children of Hobbiton did not quite know what to make of Ivy. She was quiet when they expected noise, thoughtful when they expected play, and she had a disconcerting habit of staring at empty spaces as though she could see people standing there. They were not unkind to her, for hobbits are generally a decent sort, but neither did they seek her company overmuch. Ivy did not seem to mind. She spent her days wandering the fields and woods near her home, collecting stones that caught her fancy, listening to the wind in the trees, and speaking softly to creatures that her siblings insisted were not there at all. It was on the morning of her 12th birthday that everything changed. Ivy woke before dawn, which was unusual for any hobbit child, and she felt a strange pull in her chest, as though an invisible thread was drawing her somewhere she needed to be. She rose quietly from her bed, careful not to wake her younger sister who slept beside her, and padded on bare feet through the dark corridors of their home. The round windows showed nothing but the deep blue of pre-dawn darkness, and the house was silent save for the gentle snoring that emanated from her parents' chamber. Ivy slipped out through the kitchen door, not bothering with a cloak despite the chill that hung in the air. The grass was heavy with dew, cold against her feet, but she barely noticed. The pull in her chest grew stronger, more insistent, leading her away from the familiar paths and into the wild country beyond the cultivated fields of Hobbiton. She walked for what seemed like hours, though time moved strangely in that grey space between night and morning. The landscape around her shifted from the gentle domesticity of the Shire's heartland to something older and wilder. The trees grew taller here, their branches twisted into shapes that seemed almost deliberate, and the undergrowth was thick with plants that she did not recognise. At last, as the first pale fingers of dawn began to reach across the eastern sky, Ivy came to a place she had never seen before. It was a small clearing, perfectly circular, where no grass grew, but the earth was covered instead with a carpet of moss so soft and green it seemed to glow with its own light. In the centre of this clearing stood a stone, ancient and weathered, covered with markings that might have been letters in some language older than memory. Ivy approached the stone slowly, her heart beating fast in her chest, and as she drew near, she heard a voice. It was not a voice that came through her ears, but rather one that seemed to speak directly to her mind, soft and gentle as falling leaves. "Welcome, child of the green earth," it said. "We've been waiting for you." Ivy stopped, her eyes searching the clearing, but she saw no one. The voice continued, unhurried and patient. "Do not be afraid. You are one of the old blood, the last of a line that stretches back to the very dawn of the Shire. Your grandmother's grandmother's grandmother walked these paths, and she too could see beyond the veil that separates the waking world from the older things that dwell beneath and between." "Who are you?" Ivy whispered, finding her voice at last. "Are you one of the fair folk?" She had heard tales of elves, of course, as all hobbit children had, though few in the Shire claimed to have actually seen one. "We're older than elves," the voice replied, and now Ivy thought she could see a something taking shape in the air above the stone, a shimmer like heat rising from summer earth, a suggestion of a form that was there and not there all at once. "We are the spirits of this land itself, the consciousness of root and stone and flowing water. We have watched over the Shire since long before your people came here, and we have guided those few hobbits who carried the ancient gift in their blood. You are one such, Ivy Greenbow, and on this day of your birth, we offer you a choice." The shimmering form solidified somewhat, and Ivy could now make out what appeared to be a figure no taller than herself, composed entirely of leaves and flowers and twining vines. Its face, if face it could be called, was beautiful and terrible all at once, with eyes that held the depth of centuries. "You may return to your home," the spirit said, "and we will cloud your gift, dim your sight, and you will live out your days as an ordinary hobbit, content with ordinary things. You will marry and have children and never again see beyond the veil, or you may accept the path that has been prepared for you, embrace your gift fully, and become what your ancestors were, a guardian of the threshold, a walker between worlds, a voice for those who have none." Ivy stood silent for a long moment, her mind racing. Part of her, the sensible hobbit part that came from her father, wanted nothing more than to return home, to forget this strange morning and live the comfortable life that every hobbit desired. But another part of her, deeper and more ancient, recognised the truth in the spirit's words. She thought of all the times she'd felt different, set apart, unable to fully explain what she saw and knew. She thought of the loneliness of carrying a gift that no one else understood, and the relief of finally meeting someone, something, that saw her for what she truly was. "If I accept," Ivy said slowly, choosing her words with care, "what will be required of me?" The spirit that was made of leaves smiled, though it was a smile both kind and sad. "You will serve as the bridge," it said. "When the trees are sick, you will heal them. When the waters run foul, you will purify them. When darkness creeps into the green places, you will stand against it. You will be needed, child, more than you can know, for troubles are coming to this peaceful land, troubles that will require someone who can walk in both worlds." Ivy looked into those ancient eyes and felt the weight of generations pressing upon her shoulders. She was only 12 years old, a hobbit lass who until this morning had been concerned with nothing more troubling than whether there would be seed cake for her birthday breakfast. Yet standing here in this circle of moss beneath the awakening sky, she felt older somehow, as though the years of all her ancestors were flowing through her veins, whispering their wisdom in a language she was only beginning to understand. "I accept," she said, and her voice came out stronger than she had expected, clear as a bell in the quiet morning air. "I will walk the path that has been prepared for me." As soon as the words left her lips, the world around her seemed to shift and shimmer. The clearing grew brighter, though the sun had not yet fully risen, and Ivy found that she could now see things that had been invisible to her before. The air itself was alive with tiny lights, like fireflies but smaller and more numerous, dancing and swirling in patterns that spoke of joy and welcome. The trees at the edge of the clearing were no longer merely trees but living beings, and she could sense their contentment, their deep, slow thoughts that moved like sap through ancient wood. The spirit of leaves and flowers reached out, and though its hand passed through Ivy's own like morning mist, she felt something settle upon her, a mantle of responsibility and power intertwined. "The gift is now fully awakened within you," the spirit said. "You will see as we see, know as we know, though your mortal mind will need time to adjust to the fullness of this sight. Return to your home, child, and live your life among your people. But know that when we call, you must answer. When the land has need of you, you will feel it as you felt the pull that brought you here this morning." "Will I see you again?" Ivy asked, and she was surprised to find that the thought of parting from this strange being filled her with sorrow. In the space of mere minutes, she'd found something she'd been searching for all her life without knowing it, a connection to something greater than herself, a place where she truly belonged. The spirit's smile grew gentler. "We are always here, little guardian. You need only open your eyes to see us. Look now, and behold what has always been present but hidden from your sight." Ivy turned slowly, taking in the clearing with her newly awakened vision, and gasped. The space was filled with beings, dozens of them, creatures of every shape and size imaginable. Some were tall and slender like the first spirit, made of reeds and water plants. Others were small and round, fashioned from acorns and autumn leaves. Still others seemed to be composed of pure light or shadow, or the morning dew that clung to every blade of grass. They were all watching her with expressions of welcome and approval, and she understood that they had been present all along, witnesses to her choice. "The guardians of the Shire," the leaf spirit said, sweeping its arm to encompass the assembly. "Each has their domain, their responsibility. The water spirits tend the brooks and rivers. The tree spirits watch over the forests and groves. The earth spirits guard the deep places beneath the ground. And you, Ivy Greenbough, will be their voice among your people, the bridge between the seen and unseen worlds." One of the smaller spirits, a jolly-looking creature that appeared to be made entirely of dandelion fluff, bounced forward eagerly. "Will she help us with the blight in the South Farthing?" it squeaked in a voice like wind through grass. "The tomato plants are suffering so, and the hobbits cannot see what ails them." "In time," the leaf spirit said gently, "she must first learn to use her gift without drawing unwanted attention. The hobbits of this age have forgotten the old ways. They no longer believe in spirits and guardians. If Ivy were to speak openly of what she sees and hears, they would think her mad or worse." This sobered Ivy considerably. She had not thought about how her family and neighbours would react to her transformation. How could she possibly explain where she had been this morning, or what she had seen? Her father would furrow his brow in worry. Her mother would press a hand to her forehead to check for fever, and her siblings would whisper behind her back that their sister had finally gone completely strange. "What do I tell them?" she asked, a note of desperation creeping into her voice. "How do I explain?" The leaf spirit considered this, its form shifting and flowing as it thought. "Tell them nothing," it said at last. "Let them believe you went for an early morning walk, as you often do. The gift will manifest gradually in ways that will seem natural to those who do not have eyes to see. You will be known as a hobbit with a green thumb, skilled at healing plants and animals. You will be the one others come to when their gardens fail or their livestock sicken. They will think it merely a talent, a knack, never suspecting the truth of what you are." "But won't they wonder how I know things?" Ivy pressed. "How I can cure blights and heal creatures when others cannot?" A water spirit that looked like a small woman made of flowing stream ripples laughed, a sound like water over stones. "Hobbits are very good at not wondering about things that make them uncomfortable," it said with obvious amusement. "They will accept your help gladly enough, and if the method seems strange, they will simply say, 'Well, that's Ivy Greenbough for you,' and think no more about it. It is the way of your people, child. They prefer comfort to mystery." Ivy supposed this was true. She'd seen it often enough in her short life, the way hobbits would explain away anything unusual with a shrug and a platitude. When old Hobson's cow had given birth to twin calves on Midsummer's Eve, the other hobbits had simply said what remarkable timing rather than wondering about the significance. When the ancient oak in the party field had bloomed out of season, they had remarked on the odd weather rather than considering what it might portend. Perhaps her gift would indeed pass unremarked. Just another eccentricity in a shire full of eccentric hobbits. The sun had now fully risen, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, and Ivy realised with a start that she had been gone for longer than she thought. Her family would be waking soon, if they had not already, and they would wonder where she'd gone on her birthday morning. "I must return home," she said reluctantly, not wanting to leave this place of revelation and wonder, but knowing her duty to her family. The leaf spirit inclined its head in understanding. "Go then, little guardian, and remember what you have learned here. We will call upon you when the need arises, but until then, live your life, grow in your gift, and prepare yourself for what is to come." As Ivy turned to leave the clearing, the dandelion spirit called out one more piece of advice. "When you work your healing, do it quietly and simply. Use herbs and poultices that hobbits understand, even as you channel the deeper magic through them. They need not know that it is your touch that truly cures, not the remedies themselves. Let them believe in the chamomile and yarrow, the comfrey and calendula, and they will accept your help without question." Ivy nodded, committing this wisdom to memory. She took one last look at the assembly of spirits, trying to memorize every detail of their forms and faces, knowing that even with her awakened sight, she might never again see them all gathered together like this. Then she stepped out of the clearing and began the long walk back to Hobbiton. The journey home seemed shorter than the journey out had been, as though the land itself was helping her return before her absence was noticed. As she walked, she found that her new vision had not faded with the leaving of the clearing. She could still see the spirits that dwelt in every tree and brook, though they were fainter now, less substantial than those who had gathered for her awakening. They watched her pass with curiosity and respect, and some of them called out greetings that she could hear in her mind. A spirit that lived in an old willow asked her to tend to a broken branch. A brook spirit requested that she clear away some debris that was blocking its flow. Ivy made mental notes of each request, promising herself that she would return to help them as soon as she was able. When she finally reached the familiar green door of her home, the sun was well up and smoke was rising from the chimney. Ivy took a deep breath and pushed open the door, stepping into the warmth and familiar smells of home. The kitchen was filled with the scent of baking bread and frying bacon, and she could hear her mother humming in the pantry. Her father sat at the table with his pipe, reading the morning's news from a traveller who had passed through from Michel Delving, and her siblings were nowhere to be seen, likely still abed as was proper for young hobbits on a day when there was no urgent work to be done. Merrimack looked up as she entered, his eyebrows rising slightly at the sight of her bare feet and the bits of moss clinging to her nightgown. "Up early on your birthday, daughter," he observed mildly, though his eyes held a question. "Where have you been wandering at such an hour?" Ivy had prepared her answer during the walk home, keeping the spirit's advice in mind. "I woke before dawn and could not get back to sleep, Father," she said, which was perfectly true as far as it went. "I went for a walk in the fields to watch the sunrise. It seemed a fine way to begin my 12th year." Her father nodded, apparently satisfied with this explanation. Hobbits did occasionally do peculiar things on their birthdays after all, and Ivy had always been given to solitary rambles. "Well, come and warm yourself by the fire," he said. "Your mother has been preparing a special breakfast in your honour, and you know how she frets when the food gets cold." Lily Greenbow emerged from the pantry at that moment, her face flushed from the heat of cooking and her apron dusted with flour. When she saw Ivy, her expression shifted from concentration to delight. "There you are, my dear one," she exclaimed, wiping her hands on her apron and coming forward to embrace her daughter. 12 years old today, and how you have grown. Why, it seems only yesterday you were a babe in arms, and now look at you, nearly as tall as I am." Ivy returned her mother's embrace, breathing in the comforting scents of bread dough and lavender that always clung to Lily's clothes. For a moment, standing in her mother's arms in the familiar kitchen, she felt a pang of doubt about the choice she had made in the clearing. Would it not be simpler to live as an ordinary hobbit, to put aside this gift and these responsibilities? But even as the thought formed, she knew it was impossible. The awakening could not be undone, and she would not wish it undone even if it could be. She'd found her purpose, her place in the great pattern of things, and though it would bring challenges, it would also bring a richness to her life that she'd never known before. The day passed in the pleasant chaos that always accompanied Hobbit birthdays. Ivy's siblings, Rowan and little Marigold, came tumbling down the stairs demanding their breakfast and pestering Ivy with questions about what gifts she hoped to receive. Neighbours began arriving around mid-morning bearing small tokens and good wishes, for Ivy was well enough liked despite her strangeness, and hobbits took their social obligations seriously. There was seed cake and apple tart, fresh scones with clotted cream and strawberry jam, and enough tea to float a boat, as her father liked to say. Through it all, Ivy found herself seeing everything with new eyes. She noticed things she'd never perceived before, the way the light from the windows seemed to dance with tiny sparks of life, the faint shimmer that surrounded her mother when she laughed, the deep steady glow that emanated from the ancient beams that supported the ceiling. She could sense the health of every plant in their garden, could feel the contentment of the chickens in their coop, and the lazy satisfaction of the cat sleeping by the fire. It was overwhelming and wonderful all at once, this expanded awareness, and she had to remind herself to smile and nod at appropriate moments lest anyone notice how distracted she had become. Old Maddock Burrows arrived late in the afternoon, leaning heavily on his walking stick and wheezing from the climb up the hill. He was the oldest hobbit in Hobbiton, ancient beyond measure, with a memory that stretched back to days most folk had forgotten. Ivy had always liked him, for he alone had never seemed troubled by her peculiarities. Now, as he lowered himself into a chair by the fire and accepted a cup of tea from Lily, his eyes found Ivy across the room and held her gaze for a long moment. She saw something flicker in those roomy old eyes, a flash of recognition or perhaps remembrance, and she wondered if he too had the sight, or had once known someone who did. When the other guests had departed and her family was busy clearing away the remnants of the celebration, Maddock beckoned Ivy to his side. She came and sat at his feet as she had done many times before, listening to his stories of the old days. But today he did not speak of the past. Instead, he reached into his coat and withdrew a small package wrapped in faded cloth. "This is for you, young Ivy," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It belonged to my grandmother's grandmother, and she charged me long ago to pass it on when the time was right. I believe that time has come." Ivy unwrapped the package with trembling fingers and found within a small book, hand-bound and very old, its pages yellowed with age. The cover bore no title, only a symbol pressed into the leather, a tree with roots that twisted into the shape of hands reaching upward. She opened it carefully and saw that it was filled with writing in a spidery hand, recipes and remedies, observations about the natural world, and interspersed throughout, strange symbols and diagrams that seemed to shift and move when she looked at them directly. "What is this?" she breathed, though she thought she already knew. Maddox smiled, and for a moment his face seemed younger, as if the years had fallen away. My great-great-grandmother was a wise woman, he said softly. Folk came to her when their animals were sick or their crops failed. She had a way with growing things, they said, and hands that could heal hurts both seen and unseen. She was the last of her line to carry the old gift openly, before the Shire folk grew too practical and forgot to believe in such things. He tapped the book with one gnarled finger. She wrote down everything she knew, all her learning and lore, so that it would not be lost entirely. I have kept it safe all these years, waiting for one who would understand its true worth. You know, Ivy said, meeting his eyes. You know what I am. What happened to me this morning? It was not a question. Maddock nodded slowly. I had my suspicions for years watching you grow, seeing the signs, and when you came back this morning with that look in your eyes, that expression of one who has seen beyond the veil, I knew for certain. The old blood runs true in you, child, truer than it has in generations. You will need the knowledge in that book, and you will need to be careful. The world has changed since my great-great-grandmother's time. Folk are less accepting now of things they cannot explain. Ivy clutched the book to her chest, feeling the weight of it, both physical and otherwise. Will you help me? She asked. Will you teach me what you know? The old hobbit sighed and settled back in his chair. I will tell you what little I remember of the old woman's teachings, he said, but I never had the gift myself, you understand. I can only share what I observed, what she told me in her final years when her mind sometimes wandered between this world and the next. The real learning, the deep knowledge that will have to come from elsewhere. They talked in low voices as the afternoon stretched into evening, Maddock sharing memories of his great-great-grandmother and the way she had worked her subtle magics. She had been careful, he said, to make her cures seem natural and commonplace. When she healed a sick cow, she always administered a poultice or a tea, something the farmers could see and understand, even though the true healing came from her touch and her connection to the land. When she cleared blight from a field, she would explain it as proper crop rotation or lucky timing, never letting on that she'd spent the night before walking the furrows and speaking words of power to the earth spirits. She taught me that the greatest magic is often the quietest, Maddock said, his eyes distant with memory. The magic that goes unnoticed, that seems like nothing more than good fortune or natural skill. That is the magic that lasts, that changes things without causing fear or suspicion. He looked at Ivy again, his gaze sharp despite his years. You will need to remember that, young one. The Shire folk are good and decent, but they do not like to be unsettled. Work your wonders gently and let them believe what they will about how it is done. As darkness fell and Maddock prepared to depart, leaning on Ivy's arm as she helped him down the path, he gave her one final piece of advice. Trust your instincts, he said. The gift will guide you if you let it. When you feel drawn to a place or a creature, go. When your hands move of their own accord to gather certain herbs, follow their lead. The old knowledge is not just in books and lessons, child. It is in your blood and bone, passed down through all the mothers who came before you. Let it speak and listen when it does. In the weeks that followed her awakening, Ivy found herself living in two worlds at once. To her family and neighbours, she was simply Ivy Greenbough, a quiet lass who had always been a bit peculiar but was otherwise unremarkable. She helped her mother with the cooking and cleaning, tended the garden, played with her younger sister, and did all the ordinary things that Hobbit children did. But beneath this surface of normalcy, another life was unfolding, rich and strange and full of wonder. She spent her evenings studying the old book that Maddock had given her, learning the properties of herbs and plants, the cycles of the moon and seasons, the ways that energy flowed through the living world. The writing was sometimes difficult to decipher, for the language was archaic and the concepts unfamiliar, but Ivy found that if she relaxed and let her mind drift, the meanings would often come to her as if whispered by a voice from long ago. The book spoke of things that no ordinary herbal would mention, the songs that made plants grow stronger, the proper words to speak when drawing water from a well, the patterns to trace in the air when calling upon the earth spirits for aid. By day, she walked the fields and forests around Hobbiton, learning to identify the spirits that dwelt there and understand their needs. The dandelion spirit she'd met in the clearing became a frequent companion, bouncing along beside her as she explored, chattering in its high, squeaky voice about the health of the wild plants and which areas needed attention. Ivy learned that there was a whole hierarchy among the spirits, with the great tree spirits being eldest and most powerful, followed by the water spirits who governed streams and ponds, then the smaller spirits of individual plants and stones. All of them treated her with a mixture of respect and hope, for they had been without a guardian for so long that many had given up expecting one would ever come again. Her first real test came on a grey morning in late summer when the sky hung low and heavy with unshed rain. Ivy was helping her mother hang washing when she felt a sharp pull in her chest, different from the gentle tugs she had grown accustomed to, urgent and distressed. She dropped the sheet she was holding and turned toward the south, her eyes unfocused, listening with senses that had nothing to do with ears. "Ivy?" Her mother's voice seemed to come from very far away. "Ivy, dear, are you quite well? You've gone very pale." Ivy shook herself, trying to focus on her mother's concerned face. "I am sorry, Mother," she said, her voice sounding strange even to her own ears. "I feel suddenly unwell. I think I should lie down for a bit." This was not entirely untrue, for the urgency of the call was making her feel sick and dizzy, as if she were being pulled in two directions at once. Lily pressed a hand to Ivy's forehead, frowning. "You are not feverish, but you do look peaked. Go on then, have a rest. I can finish the washing myself." Ivy fled to her room, but she did not lie down. Instead, she grabbed her shawl and climbed out through the window, a trick she had perfected over the past weeks for just such emergencies. She dropped lightly to the ground and began walking quickly toward the south, following the pull that grew stronger with every step. It led her past the cultivated fields and into the rougher country beyond, where the land rolled in gentle hills covered with gorse and heather. After nearly an hour of walking, she came to a small dell where a spring bubbled up from between mossy rocks, forming a clear pool before trickling away to join a larger stream. The pool was surrounded by willows, their long branches trailing in the water, and it had always been a beautiful, peaceful spot. But today something was terribly wrong. The water that should have been clear and sweet was clouded and dark, and a foul smell rose from its surface. The willows drooped as if in pain, their leaves yellowing and spotted with blight. Ivy could see the water spirit that dwelt in the spring, a small figure that looked like a woman made of flowing water, huddled on a rock and weeping. Around the pool, several smaller spirits hovered anxiously, their forms flickering and dim. Ivy approached carefully, kneeling beside the pool and reaching out with her senses to understand what had happened. The answer came quickly, carried on the current of the spring's voice. Someone had dumped something foul into the water upstream, some refuse from a tannery that had poisoned the flow. The spring spirit was trying desperately to purify the water, but the contamination was too strong, and she was weakening with every moment that passed. If the spring died, all the creatures that depended on it would suffer, and the blight would spread to the surrounding land. Ivy opened the satchel she'd taken to carrying with her, and pulled out several items she'd learned to keep on hand: a vial of salt harvested under the full moon, a bundle of sage and sweetgrass, and a small knife with a handle carved from rowan wood. She remembered the passages in the old book about purifying poisoned waters, and she set to work, moving with a certainty that came from somewhere deeper than conscious thought. First, she cast a circle of salt around the pool, walking 3 times sunwise while murmuring words in a language she had not known she knew. Then she lit the sage and sweetgrass, waving the smoke over the water while singing a soft melody that the wind seemed to carry and amplify. The water spirit looked up, hope beginning to kindle in her eyes. Ivy could feel the circle of salt creating a barrier, holding back the worst of the contamination, while allowing the spring's own power to begin reasserting itself. But it was not enough. The poison was too deeply embedded, and she needed to do more. She thought of the book, of the chapter on blood and sacrifice, and she understood with sudden clarity what was required. Using the rowan knife, she pricked her finger and let 3 drops of her blood fall into the water, speaking the words of binding and healing as she did so. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The water began to bubble and churn, turning from murky brown to milky white and finally to crystal clarity. The spring spirit grew brighter and stronger, her form solidifying as the poison was driven out and neutralized. The willows straightened, their leaves regaining their healthy green color, and the air filled with the sweet, clean scent of growing things. The smaller spirits danced and cheered, their voices like bells, and Ivy felt a rush of joy and accomplishment that left her breathless. But the effort had taken its toll, and she swayed on her feet, suddenly exhausted, and would have fallen if the water spirit had not reached out to steady her. The spirit's touch was cool and refreshing, and Ivy felt some of her strength returning. "Thank you, little guardian," the spirit said, her voice like water over stones. "You have saved not only me, but all the life that depends on this spring. The debt is noted and will be repaid when you have need." Ivy managed a weak smile. "I only did what I was meant to do," she said, "but I should find the source of the poison and make sure it does not happen again." The water spirit nodded. "The tannery is 2 miles upstream, run by a hobbit who cares more for profit than for the health of the land. He has been dumping his waste into the tributary that feeds this spring. You must make him stop, but carefully, for he is not a kind or reasonable fellow." This presented a new challenge. Ivy had no authority to order anyone to do anything, and she could hardly explain that the spirits of the land had asked her to intervene. She thought for a moment, then smiled. "I know what to do," she said. "Thank you for your help." She gathered her things and began the walk back to Hobbiton, her mind already working on a plan. By the time she reached home, climbing back through her window just as the sun was beginning to set, she had it all figured out. The next morning, she spoke to her father at breakfast. "Father," she said carefully, "I was walking yesterday near Thistledell, and I noticed that the spring there has become fouled. I think someone may be dumping waste upstream. If it spreads to the main water supply, it could make people sick." Merrimack looked up from his bacon with concern. "Fouled, you say? That is serious indeed. How did you come to notice this?" "I go walking often in that area," Ivy replied truthfully, "and I have always loved that spring. Yesterday the water was dark and smelled terrible. I followed the stream up a ways and found signs that someone has been disposing of tanning waste in the tributary." Her father's face darkened. "That would be Lotho Bracegirdle's operation, I'll wager. That fellow has always been too cheap to properly dispose of his waste. I will speak to the mayor about it this very day. We cannot have our water supplies poisoned for the sake of one hobbit's laziness." True to his word, Merrimack went to see the mayor that very afternoon, and within a week Lotho Bracegirdle had been ordered to cease dumping his waste into the stream and to properly dispose of it instead. The hobbit grumbled and complained about the expense, but he complied, for the mayor had threatened to shut down his tannery entirely if he did not. The spring at Thistledell ran clear and sweet once more, and the water spirit sent her gratitude to Ivy in dreams, showing her visions of the dell as it had been in ancient times, when the first hobbits had come to the Shire and marvelled at its beauty. This success emboldened Ivy, and she began to take a more active role in caring for the land around Hobbiton. When she sensed that a particular field was becoming depleted, she would suggest to her father that perhaps the Goodbody family might benefit from letting that land lie fallow for a season, or planting beans to enrich the soil. When she felt the distress of trees suffering from disease, she would happen to mention to whoever owned that land that she had read about a particular treatment involving copper salts and lime. Her suggestions were always couched in terms that any sensible hobbit could understand, never hinting at the deeper knowledge that informed them. The hobbits of Hobbiton began to notice that young Ivy Greenbough seemed to have quite a knack for such things. Old Gaffer Brownlock remarked that his apple trees had never borne such fruit as they did after Ivy suggested he prune them in a particular way and scatter a certain mixture around their roots. The Took twins stopped losing lambs after Ivy showed them which herbs to feed their ewes during lambing season. Even Cantankerous Odo Proudfoot had to admit that the girl knew something about vegetable gardens, after she helped him rid his cabbages of a persistent beetle infestation using nothing more than a spray made from garlic and soap. Folk began coming to her with their problems, at first hesitantly, and then with increasing frequency. Could she look at a cow that had gone off her feed? Did she know anything about chickens that had stopped laying? What could be done about moles in the garden? Ivy answered each question as best she could, drawing on the knowledge in the old book and the whispered advice of the spirits she could see, but others could not. She was careful always to use mundane explanations, attributing her successes to things she had read or learned from her elders, never letting on about the true source of her understanding. Her mother was delighted by this development. "My clever daughter," Lily would say proudly, "always with her nose in a book, always learning. It is good to see such knowledge put to practical use." Her father was more cautious, concerned that Ivy was taking on too many responsibilities for one so young, but even he had to admit that she had a genuine gift for healing and husbandry. "The girl has a green thumb and a gentle way with creatures," he told his friends at the Green Dragon. "Takes after her grandmother. My mother, that was, who could make anything grow and had a gift for nursing sick animals back to health. But as autumn deepened and the leaves began to turn, Ivy faced a challenge that would test her abilities in ways she had not anticipated. The harvest that year was unusually abundant, and the granaries and storehouses of Hobbiton were filled to bursting with grain and vegetables and fruit. The hobbits were pleased with themselves, already planning the great feast they would enjoy throughout the winter months. But Ivy could sense something that they could not, a wrongness in the stored grain, a creeping sickness that the spirits warned would soon manifest if left unchecked. She tried to examine the grain bins more closely, but access was restricted. The harvest had been so plentiful that extra guards had been posted to prevent pilfering, and no one was allowed into the storage buildings without permission from the mayor himself. Ivy knew she needed to act quickly, for the grain sickness she sensed would spread rapidly once it took hold, ruining the entire harvest and leaving Hobbiton facing a hungry winter. But how could she gain access without revealing her true nature? She spent several sleepless nights wrestling with the problem, poring over the old book and consulting with the spirits when she could slip away unnoticed. The grain spirits themselves were in distress. She could feel their agitation growing stronger each day. They showed her visions of what would happen if the sickness was not stopped. Grain turning black and rotten, families going hungry, the very foundations of Hobbiton's prosperity crumbling. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon her young shoulders, and for the first time since her awakening she felt truly afraid. It was old Maddock who provided the solution, though he did so unknowingly. He came to visit one evening, bringing a gift of late apples from his own small orchard, and found Ivy sitting in the garden looking troubled. "What weighs on you, child?" he asked gently, settling himself on a bench beside her. "You have the look of one carrying a burden too heavy for her years." Ivy hesitated, unsure how much she could safely share, but Maddock had proven himself trustworthy and understanding. In halting words, she told him about the grain sickness she had sensed, and her inability to do anything about it. Maddock listened thoughtfully, nodding from time to time, and when she finished he was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "You know, when I was a lad there was a great scare about weevils in the grain stores. Folks were worried the entire harvest would be lost. But old Mistress Thornborough, she went to the mayor and offered to inspect the grain, said she'd learned from her mother how to spot the signs of infestation early. The mayor was grateful for the help, and she was able to treat the grain before the damage spread too far." He looked at Ivy meaningfully. "Perhaps you might do something similar. Offer your services as one who has studied such matters. You need not explain too much about how you know there is a problem, only that you have reason to believe the grain should be inspected carefully." It was brilliant in its simplicity, and Ivy could have hugged the old hobbit for his wisdom. Instead, she thanked him earnestly and began planning her approach. The next morning, she asked her father if he would accompany her to speak with the mayor, for she had something important to discuss that affected the welfare of Hobbiton. Merrimack was surprised, but agreed readily enough, curious about what his daughter might have to say that was so urgent. They walked together to the mayor's smile, a grand affair with a blue door and brass fittings, and were shown into a comfortable study where Mayor Whitfoot sat reviewing ledgers and correspondence. The mayor was a portly hobbit with a jovial manner, but his eyes were shrewd and he had not maintained his position for 3 terms by being a fool. He greeted them warmly and offered tea, which Lily had taught Ivy never to refuse when visiting someone of importance. After the pleasantries were observed, Ivy took a deep breath and began. "Master Mayor," she said, keeping her voice calm and respectful, "I know this may sound presumptuous coming from one as young as myself, but I believe there may be a problem with the grain stores that requires urgent attention." The mayor's eyebrows rose, and he exchanged a glance with Merrimack, who looked equally surprised. "What sort of problem, my dear?" he asked carefully. "I've been studying books on agriculture and husbandry," Ivy said, which was true as far as it went. "And I've learned that when grain is stored in large quantities after an unusually abundant harvest, there is an increased risk of certain types of spoilage. The conditions this year, the warm autumn and the moisture levels, they create an ideal environment for a particular kind of mold that can spread through stored grain very quickly, if not caught it early." She could see the mayor weighing her words, trying to decide whether to take seriously the concerns of a 12-year-old girl. "We have been storing grain in those buildings for generations," he said slowly. and we have experienced farmers who know how to prepare it for storage properly. What makes you think there is a problem now?" This was the delicate part. Ivy could not say that the grain spirits had warned her, or that she could sense the sickness spreading through her connection to the land. She had to find a reason that would make sense to Hobbit logic. "Last week," she said, "I was walking past the South Storage building, and I noticed an unusual smell coming from the ventilation grates. It was faint but distinctive, like wet straw left too long in a pile, and I saw some birds behaving strangely near the building, as if they were avoiding it when normally they would try to get inside for the grain." The mayor frowned at this, his expression growing more serious. Birds were important to hobbits, for they were reliable indicators of the health of the land, and any unusual behaviour was worth noting. "You have sharp eyes, young Ivy," he said thoughtfully. "Perhaps sharper than some who should know better. Very well, I will have the grain inspected, though I warn you, if this proves to be nothing more than a young lass's overactive imagination, there will be questions asked about why we wasted the time of our best farmers." Ivy nodded, accepting the implicit threat with as much grace as she could muster. "I understand, Master Mayor. I would not have troubled you if I were not genuinely concerned. The harvest has been so abundant this year, it would be a terrible tragedy if anything were to go wrong with the storage." The mayor stood, indicating that the interview was over. "I will arrange for an inspection tomorrow morning. Would you be willing to accompany the inspectors, to show them specifically what concerned you?" This was exactly what Ivy had been hoping for, though she was careful not to show her relief. "Of course, Master Mayor, I would be honoured to help in any way I can." As she and her father walked home, Merrimack was unusually quiet. Finally he said, "Daughter, I have never known you to make claims you could not support. But this is a serious matter, and if you're wrong, it could damage your reputation and mine as well. Are you certain about what you sensed?" Ivy met his eyes steadily. "I am certain, Father. There is something wrong with the grain in that building. I may not be able to explain exactly how I know, but I do know it as surely as I know my own name." Her father studied her for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "I believe you," he said simply. "Your mother always said you had instincts that others lacked, a way of knowing things that could not be easily explained. I confess I did not always give such notions much credit, but I have seen enough these past months to wonder if there might be more to it than I thought." They walked on in silence, and Ivy felt a warmth in her chest that had nothing to do with the autumn sun. Her father might not understand the true nature of her gift, but he trusted her, and that was worth more than all the explanations in the world. That night she could not sleep for nervousness and anticipation. She spent the hours before dawn consulting the old book, reviewing everything she knew about grain sicknesses and their treatments. The book described several types of mould and fungus that could affect stored grain, along with the remedies for each. Some required burning the affected grain, others could be treated with careful airing and the application of certain herbs and minerals. When morning came, Ivy dressed with particular care, choosing her most sensible clothes and braiding her hair neatly. She wanted to appear competent and serious, not like a fanciful child playing at being wise. Her mother noticed her preparations and smiled knowingly. "Going to show the mayor and his inspectors what you're made of, are you?" Lily said, adjusting Ivy's collar. "Well, you look very grown up and capable. Make us proud, daughter." The inspection party gathered at the South Storage building just after breakfast. The mayor was there, along with 3 of Hobbiton's most experienced farmers, Old Tolman Cotton, Hamfast Gamgee, and Cotman Greenhand. They greeted Ivy with a mixture of curiosity and scepticism, clearly wondering what this slip of a girl could possibly know about grain storage that they did not. Ivy curtsied politely to each of them, showing the proper respect that hobbits expected from the young toward their elders. The building was a large, sturdy structure with thick walls and a slate roof, built to keep the grain dry and safe from vermin. When the doors were open, the smell that wafted out made everyone wrinkle their noses. It was subtle but unmistakable to those who knew what to look for, the musty, sweetish odour of grain beginning to spoil. The farmers exchanged glances, their scepticism beginning to fade. "Well now," said Hamfast Gamgee slowly, "that is not quite right, is it?" They entered the building, and Ivy could immediately see the grain spirits in distress, fluttering anxiously around the bins where the contamination was worst. To the others, the grain looked normal enough at first glance, golden and wholesome. But when Tom and Cotton thrust his hand deep into one of the bins and pulled out a handful, they could all see the problem. Mixed in with the healthy kernels were others that were darker, showing the first signs of mould. The smell was stronger here, and when they examined several other bins, they found the same issue. "Bless me," muttered Cotton Greenhand, his weathered face grave. "The girl was right. This is black spot mould, or I've never seen it. If we had left this much longer, it would have spread through the entire store. We could have lost the whole harvest." The mayor turned to Ivy with new respect in his eyes. "It seems we owe you a debt of gratitude, Ivy Greenbough. Your sharp eyes and quick thinking may have saved Hobbiton from a hungry winter. How did you learn to recognize this?" Ivy had prepared her answer carefully. "I have been reading about such things, Master Mayor. My grandmother, my father's mother, was known for her knowledge of plants and growing things. She left behind some old books, and I've been studying them. One spoke of the signs of grain sickness and how important it is to catch it early." This was not entirely false, though the book in question was the one Maddox had given her, and the knowledge in it went far beyond what any ordinary farming manual would contain. The farmers began discussing what should be done, and Ivy listened carefully, ready to offer suggestions when the moment was right. Some wanted to burn all the affected grain immediately, but that would mean destroying nearly a third of the harvest. Others thought the grain could be saved if they spread it out to dry and picked through it by hand to remove the moulded kernels. Ivy waited until they had argued themselves into a stalemate, then spoke up quietly. "If I may suggest something," she said, and all eyes turned to her. "The book I mentioned spoke of a treatment for this particular type of mould. If the grain is spread thinly in a dry, well-ventilated space and exposed to bright sunlight, the mould will die. Then if you add a mixture of salt and dried lavender, it will prevent the mould from returning. You would lose some grain in the process, the kernels that are too far gone, but you could save most of it." The farmers looked at each other doubtfully. Salt and lavender seemed an odd combination, though both were known to have preservative properties. But Hamfast Gamgee, who was the most educated of the three, nodded slowly. "I have heard tell of such methods in the old days," he said. "My grandfather used to speak of the old wisdom, the ways of doing things that our ancestors knew. Perhaps there is something to it." The mayor made a decision. "We will try Ivy's method. We have little to lose after all, and everything to gain. Tolman, Hamfast, Cotman organise work parties to spread the grain as the lass suggests. And Ivy, you will oversee the treatment. Make sure it is done according to the old knowledge you have learned." Over the next week, Ivy worked harder than she ever had in her life. Each morning she rose before dawn and went to the field where the grain had been spread on great canvas sheets. She walked among the rows, sprinkling the salt and lavender mixture while murmuring words of healing and renewal that only the spirits could hear. The grain spirits danced around her, grateful and joyful, lending their own power to her efforts. To the hobbits who worked alongside her, she appeared to be simply a diligent young lass, carefully performing the task she had been given. The weather held fair and dry, which everyone agreed was remarkably fortunate. What they did not know was that Ivy had spent several nights under the stars, speaking with the wind spirits and asking them to hold back the rain until the grain was saved. The spirits had agreed, amused by this young guardian who worked so hard to protect the harvest that would feed her people through the winter. By the end of the week, the grain had dried completely, and when it was examined, the mould was gone. The kernels that had been damaged beyond saving were separated out and would be used for animal feed, but the vast majority of the grain was clean and healthy once more. The mayor called a special gathering in the party field to announce the success, and to publicly thank Ivy for her role in saving the harvest. She stood before her neighbours, feeling awkward and embarrassed by the attention, while the mayor praised her wisdom and quick thinking. The assembled hobbits cheered and applauded, and many came forward afterward to shake her hand and thank her personally. Her parents stood to one side, beaming with pride, while her siblings looked at their sister with new eyes, as if seeing her properly for the first time. The success with the grain brought Ivy a kind of fame she had not anticipated, and was not entirely comfortable with. In the weeks that followed, it seemed that everyone in Hobbiton and the surrounding areas knew her name. Folk would stop her on the road to ask her advice about this or that, to tell her about problems with their livestock or gardens, to request her presence at their homes to look at a sick child or an ailing grandparent. She did her best to help everyone who came to her, but the constant demands on her time and energy began to wear on her. The spirits noticed her growing exhaustion and worried among themselves. The dandelion spirit, who had become something of a constant companion, would scold her gently when she worked too late into the night or skipped meals because someone needed her help. "You're still young, little guardian," it would squeak. "You must take care of yourself as well as others, or you will burn out like a candle that has been lit at both ends." But Ivy found it difficult to refuse anyone who came to her in genuine need, and so she continued to push herself, drawing on reserves of strength she did not know she possessed. Winter came early that year, bringing with it snow and bitter cold. The hobbits of Hobbiton retreated into their cosy homes, burning fires high and sharing stories around their hearths. It should have been a time of rest for Ivy as well, but she found that winter brought its own challenges. The land slept beneath its blanket of snow, and the spirits grew quiet and drowsy, conserving their energy for the spring that would eventually come. But not all spirits slept, and not all were benevolent. It was on the longest night of the year, when darkness held sway and the sun seemed barely to rise before setting again, that Ivy first encountered the shadow. She'd gone to bed early, exhausted from a long day of helping Farmer Cotton with a difficult carving, and she fell asleep almost as soon as her head touched the pillow. But her dreams were troubled, filled with images of darkness spreading across the Shire, creeping like fog through the fields and villages, touching everything with fingers of cold and despair. She woke suddenly in the deep of night, her heart pounding, and knew immediately that something was wrong. The air in her room felt thick and oppressive, as if a great weight was pressing down upon the world. She rose and went to the window, looking out at the snow-covered landscape bathed in moonlight. At first she saw nothing unusual, just the familiar shapes of trees and hills turned silver and black by the winter night. But then she noticed movement in the shadows beneath the old oak that stood at the edge of their property. It was not the movement of any natural creature, but something darker and more sinister, a shifting of the shadows themselves, as if they had gained independent life. Ivy felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter cold. She'd read about such things in the old book, entities that existed in the spaces between light and dark, neither fully spirit nor fully physical, drawn to places where the veil between worlds was thin. They fed on fear and despair, growing stronger when the days were short and hope seemed far away. Without conscious thought, Ivy grabbed her shawl and climbed out the window, dropping silently into the snow below. Her bare feet should have been freezing, but she felt no cold, protected by the same power that allowed her to see beyond the veil. She moved quickly toward the oak, and as she approached, the shadow thing turned its attention to her. She could feel its regard like a physical touch, probing and hungry, seeking weakness it could exploit. For a moment, fear threatened to overwhelm her. This was no simple matter of healing a sick animal or purifying tainted water. This was something ancient and dangerous, and she was just a 12-year-old hobbit girl with only a few months of training. But then she remembered the words of the leaf spirit from that morning in the clearing, that she was a guardian, a bridge between worlds, and that power flowed through her from all the generations that had come before. She drew herself up and spoke in a voice that was steady despite her fear. "I see you, Shadow Walker. I know what you are and what you seek. You are not welcome here. This land is under my protection, and I command you to depart." The shadow rippled and swelled, and she heard a voice like wind through dead leaves. "Little guardian, so new to your power, do you truly think you can stand against me? I am older than your Shire, older than the memory of hobbits. I was here when the first trees took root, and I will be here when the last light fades." Ivy felt the truth in those words, felt the vast age and power of the thing before her, but she did not waver. She reached into her nightgown and pulled out a small pouch she'd taken to wearing around her neck, a charm bag filled with protective herbs, and a tiny crystal that had been blessed by the spring spirit. She held it up, and it began to glow with a soft silver light. "You speak of age as if it gives you right to be here," she said. "But age without wisdom is nothing. You feed on fear and darkness because you have forgotten the light. Once, perhaps, you served a purpose in the balance of things, but now you are nothing but a parasite, stealing strength from the living world because you have none of your own." The shadow hissed and drew back slightly, stung by her words. Ivy pressed her advantage, drawing on the knowledge in the old book and the whispered teachings of the spirits. She began to chant in the old language, words of binding and banishing that had been passed down through countless generations of guardians. As she chanted, she walked a circle around the oak tree, and where her feet touched the snow, small flowers sprang up, defying the winter cold. The shadow thrashed and writhed, trying to escape the circle she was creating, but she was too quick, her movements guided by instinct and power beyond her conscious understanding. When the circle was complete, she stood at its centre with the oak at her back and raised both hands above her head. Light blazed from her palms, pure and white and fierce, driving back the darkness. The shadow thing screamed, a sound like breaking glass and tearing metal, and then it was fleeing, dissipating into wisps of smoke that the wind scattered across the frozen fields. Ivy stood panting, her hands still glowing faintly, and felt the oak tree behind her sigh with relief. The tree spirit emerged from the trunk, an ancient being that looked like an old woman made of bark and moss. "Well done, little guardian," the spirit said in a voice like rustling leaves. "That one has been lurking in these parts for many years, too clever to be caught but not powerful enough to do more than frighten and disturb. You have driven it away, perhaps for good." Ivy lowered her hands and the glow faded. She was trembling now that the danger had passed, the full weight of what she'd done settling upon her. "What was it?" she asked. "Where did it come from?" The tree spirit settled herself on one of the oak's great roots. "It was a remnant of older, darker times," she explained, "when the world was younger and the balance between light and shadow was not yet settled. Most such beings faded long ago or found their proper place in the pattern of things. But a few remain, lost and angry, clinging to existence by feeding on the fears of mortals. You did right to banish it, for it would have grown stronger if left unchecked, especially in this dark season when hope is hardest to hold." Ivy sat down in the snow beside the tree spirit, no longer caring about the cold or the late hour. "How did I know what to do?" she wondered aloud. "The words just came to me, and my feet seemed to move of their own accord." The tree spirit smiled, a gentle expression that softened her harsh wooden features. "That is the old knowledge working through you, child. It lives in your blood and bones, put there by all the guardians who came before. In moments of need, when you trust yourself and do not let fear rule you, that knowledge rises to the surface. The more you use it, the more natural it will become, until you no longer question where it comes from." They sat together in companionable silence for a while, watching the moon move slowly across the sky. Finally, the tree spirit said, "You should return to your bed, little one. The battle is over, and you need rest. But know that word of what you did this night will spread among the spirits. They will know that the Shire has a true guardian again, one with the courage and strength to stand against the darkness." Ivy nodded and rose stiffly to her feet, suddenly aware of how tired she was. She made her way back to her window and climbed inside, grateful for the warmth of her room and the softness of her bed. When morning came, Ivy woke to find her mother standing over her with a concerned expression. "You were talking in your sleep, dear," Lily said, smoothing Ivy's hair back from her forehead. "And you look exhausted, as if you'd been up all night running races. Are you feeling quite well?" Ivy assured her mother that she was fine, just troubled by vivid dreams, and rose to help with the breakfast preparations. But as she worked, she noticed that her hands were shaking slightly, and there was a deep weariness in her bones that spoke of more than just disturbed sleep. The day passed quietly enough, with the usual winter tasks of mending and sorting, preparing food for the midwinter feast that was fast approaching. But as evening fell, Ivy noticed visitors beginning to arrive at their door. First came the dandelion spirit, bouncing with excitement. "Everyone is talking about what you did last night," it squeaked. "The Shadow Walker has troubled these lands for 3 generations, and no one has been able to drive it away until now. You are a hero among the spirits, little guardian." More spirits followed throughout the evening, each coming to offer their thanks and respect. The water spirit from the spring brought a gift of perfectly clear water that would never spoil. A spirit that dwelt in the berry patches promised that Ivy's family would always have the finest fruits. Even some of the more reclusive spirits, the ones who lived in the deep places and rarely showed themselves, sent their regards through messengers. Ivy received them all with as much grace as she could muster, though she was overwhelmed by the attention and unsure what to make of her newfound status. Old Maddock came to visit the next day, and Ivy sensed that he knew something had happened, though she had said nothing about it. He settled himself by the fire and asked her to walk with him in the garden, despite the cold and snow. Once they were alone, he said quietly, "You have the look of one who has faced a great trial and emerged victorious. The spirits are celebrating something. I can feel it in the very air, though I cannot see them as you do. What happened, child?" Ivy told him about the Shadow Walker and how she had banished it, stumbling over her words as she tried to explain the power that had flowed through her and the knowledge that had risen from somewhere deep within. Maddock listened carefully, nodding from time to time, and when she finished he was quiet for a long moment. "My great-great-grandmother spoke of such things," he said at last. "She told me that being a guardian was not just about healing sick animals and tending plants. Sometimes it meant standing against darkness, protecting the land and its people from threats they could not see or understand." He looked at Ivy with eyes that held both pride and concern. "You did well, child, but such battles take their toll. You must be careful not to spend yourself too freely. The power that flows through you is great, but you are still young, and there are limits to what even a guardian can do." Ivy nodded, grateful for his wisdom and experience. "I feel as though I am living two lives," she confessed. "During the day I'm just Ivy Greenbough, a hobbit girl who helps her neighbours with their gardens and animals. But at night or when the spirits call, I am something else entirely, something older and stranger. Sometimes I do not know which is the real me." Maddox smiled gently. "You are both, and neither," he said. "The gift does not make you less of a hobbit, it simply adds another dimension to who you are. In time, you will learn to balance these aspects of yourself, to move between them as easily as walking from one room to another. But for now, be patient with yourself. You're still learning, still growing into your power." His words comforted her, and she felt some of the tension she'd been carrying ease from her shoulders. The midwinter feast arrived, bringing with it all the traditional celebrations that hobbits held dear. The party field was lit with hundreds of lanterns, and tables groaned under the weight of roasted meats, steaming puddings, fresh bread, and every delicacy the Shire could provide. The children ran and played in the snow, building elaborate snow hobbits and pelting each other with snowballs. The adults gathered around fires, sharing mulled wine and stories, their voices raised in song and laughter. Ivy participated in the festivities with genuine enjoyment, for despite her responsibilities as a guardian, she was still a hobbit at heart, and hobbits knew better than any folk in Middle-earth how to celebrate the simple joys of life. She danced with her father and helped her mother serve food to the guests. She listened to old Bilbo Baggins tell one of his famously long-winded stories about his adventures, though everyone suspected he made up at least half of it. She ate seed cakes and sipped hot cider and felt for a few blessed hours like an ordinary hobbit girl with no greater concern than whether there would be enough plum pudding to go around. But even in the midst of the celebration, her awareness of the other world never fully left her. She could see the spirits mingling with the hobbits, invisible to all but her, dancing and laughing in their own fashion. The winter spirits were there, delicate beings made of frost and starlight, celebrating the turning of the year and the slow return of the sun. They wove between the lanterns, adding their own magic to the light, making it shimmer and dance in ways that the hobbits attributed to the quality of the oil or the skill of the lamp makers. As the feast reached its height and the mayor stood to make his traditional midwinter speech, Ivy felt a sudden shift in the air, a ripple of unease that made her turn sharply toward the east. Something was coming, something that did not belong at a celebration of light and warmth. She scanned the darkness beyond the reach of the lanterns, her enhanced sight piercing the shadows and her breath caught in her throat. On the road from Scary, she could see a figure approaching, cloaked and hooded, moving with an unnatural grace that no hobbit possessed. The spirits had noticed it too, and they were drawing back, gathering closer to the lights and the warmth of the hobbit gathering. The dandelion spirit appeared at Ivy's elbow, its usual cheerfulness replaced by anxiety. "That is no mortal traveller," it whispered. "That is one of the old powers walking abroad on this sacred night. What could it want in the Shire?" Ivy's mind raced. Should she alert the others? But what would she say, and how would she explain her knowledge? The figure was still some distance away, and perhaps it meant no harm. Many strange things walked the roads of Middle-earth, and not all of them were evil. She decided to wait and watch, positioning herself near the edge of the gathering where she could intercept the stranger if necessary. As the figure drew closer, she could make out more details. It was tall, far taller than any hobbit, and moved with a fluid grace that spoke of great age and power. The cloak it wore seemed to be woven from shadows themselves, shifting and flowing even when there was no wind. But strangest of all was the aura that surrounded it, neither wholly dark nor wholly light, but something in between, ancient and wild and utterly other. The figure reached the edge of the party field and paused, as if waiting for permission to enter. The hobbits had not noticed it yet, too absorbed in their feasting and celebration, but Ivy could feel the weight of its attention, searching, seeking something. She took a deep breath and walked forward, away from the safety of the lights and the company of her people, to meet this stranger on the threshold between the known and unknown. As she approached, the figure turned its head toward her, and she caught a glimpse of eyes that held the depth of centuries. "Well met, young guardian," the figure said in a voice like distant thunder. "I had heard that the Shire had found a new protector, but I did not expect one so young. You have courage to face me alone in the darkness." Ivy lifted her chin, refusing to show the fear that fluttered in her chest. "I am Ivy Greenbough, guardian of this land. State your business here, stranger, for this is a night of celebration, not a time for shadows and secrets." The figure laughed, a sound that held no malice but rather a kind of weary amusement. "I mean no harm to you or yours, little guardian. I am merely a traveller passing through these lands, drawn by the light and warmth of your celebration. It has been long since I witnessed such simple joy, and I wish to observe it from afar, to remind myself that there is still good in this world." Ivy studied the figure carefully, using all her senses, both natural and enhanced, to read its intentions. What she found surprised her. Beneath the aura of age and power, she sensed a profound loneliness, a weariness that spoke of long roads walked and burdens carried. The figure was not lying. It truly did seek only to witness the celebration, to warm itself at the fire of simple hobbit joy. Still, she remained cautious, for age and loneliness did not necessarily make something safe or benign. "You may observe from here," she said carefully, "but do not approach the gathering itself. The hobbits would be frightened by your presence, and I would not have their celebration marred by fear." The figure inclined its head in acceptance. "That is fair and wise, young guardian. I will keep to the shadows and disturb no one. But perhaps you would sit with me for a time? It has been many long years since I spoke with one who walks between the worlds as you do." Ivy hesitated, torn between curiosity and caution, but something in the figure's manner convinced her that it spoke truly, and she had always been drawn to knowledge and understanding. She settled herself on a nearby fence post, keeping a careful distance but near enough to converse. "What are you?" she asked bluntly, for hobbits valued plain speaking. "You are neither elf nor wizard, neither spirit nor mortal man. I've never encountered anything quite like you." The figure pulled back its hood, revealing features that seemed to shift and change in the flickering light. Sometimes it appeared ancient beyond measure, a face carved by wind and weather. Other times it looked young and fair, untouched by age or sorrow. "I am what remains when the old powers fade but do not entirely depart," it said. "I am memory given form, the echo of songs sung when the world was young. Once I had a name and a purpose, but both have been forgotten by all save myself. Now I wander the roads of Middle-earth, witnessing the turning of the ages, the rise and fall of peoples and kingdoms." This answer only deepened the mystery, but Ivy sensed that pressing for more would yield nothing. Some beings were defined by their mysteries, and to explain them fully would be to diminish what they were. Instead, she asked, "Why come to the Shire? Surely there are grander celebrations in Rivendell or Minas Tirith, places where the great powers still gather." The figure turned its changing face toward the lights and laughter of the feast. "Precisely because there are no great powers here," it said softly. "In the courts of elves and the halls of men, celebration often carries the weight of politics and history, of alliances forged and old grievances remembered. But here, among your people, there is only genuine joy, simple and pure. They feast because it is good to feast. They laugh because laughter lightens the heart. They dance because music moves the feet. There is no calculation, no hidden purpose, only the celebration of life itself." Ivy looked back at her people, seeing them through these strangers' eyes, and felt a surge of pride and affection. The hobbits might be simple folk, concerned with food and comfort and the pleasures of their gardens, but there was a wisdom in that simplicity, a groundedness that the great powers of the world sometimes lacked. "We're fortunate," she said quietly, "to live in a land where such simple joys are possible, where the greatest concerns are the qualities of the harvest and whether the beer is properly aged." "More fortunate than you know," the figure agreed. "Darkness gathers in the east, young guardian, though it will be many years yet before it touches these peaceful lands. But when it does, it will be the simple joys, the ordinary goodness of folk like yours, that will prove the strongest defence against it. The great powers will rise and fall, battles will be fought and won and lost, but in the end, it will be those who remember what is worth fighting for, the beauty of a shared meal, the warmth of a fire, the laughter of children, who will determine the fate of Middle-earth." These words troubled Ivy, speaking as they did of troubles to come, of darkness that would one day threaten the Shire. "How long," she asked, "how long do we have before this darkness comes?" The figure was silent for a moment, and when it spoke again its voice held a note of sorrow. "Long enough for you to grow to adulthood, to train others in the Guardian's way if you are wise, to strengthen the bonds between the Hobbits and the spirits of this land, but not so long that you can afford to waste time or ignore your responsibilities. The Shadow Walker you banished was only a small thing, a minor darkness. What comes will be far greater and more terrible." Ivy felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter night. "Should I warn them?" she asked, gesturing toward the celebrating hobbits. "Prepare them, somehow?" The figure shook its head. "What good would it do to burden them with knowledge of troubles that may not come for decades? Let them have their joy, their peace. That is your gift to them, to stand watch while they sleep untroubled, to face the darkness so that they need not. When the time comes and they must know, the knowledge will come naturally, as all great changes do. Until then, let them be hobbits, concerned with hobbit things." They sat in silence for a while, listening to the music and laughter from the feast. Someone had brought out a fiddle, and the younger hobbits were dancing in great circles, their feet stamping out rhythms in the packed snow. The older folk watched and clapped in time, calling out encouragement and good-natured teasing. Ivy could see her parents among them, her father's arm around her mother's waist, both of them smiling as they watched their children play. "I will do my best," she said at last. "I will learn all I can, grow strong in my gift, and protect them as long as I am able. But I am only one hobbit, young and inexperienced. What if I am not enough when the darkness comes?" The figure reached out and for just a moment laid a hand on her shoulder. Its touch was neither warm nor cold, but something else entirely, a sensation like standing at the boundary between night and day. "You will not be alone, Ivy Greenbow. Others will stand with you when the time comes, both hobbit and not. Some have already been born, others have yet to draw their first breath. The pattern is larger than any one individual, and each has their part to play. Yours is to be the guardian, the bridge between the seen and unseen, the voice of the spirits among your people. That is no small thing." The hand lifted and the figure rose to its feet. "I must continue my journey," it said, "but I am glad to have met you, young guardian. You have given me a gift tonight, the reminder that there is still innocence and joy in this world, still things worth preserving and protecting. Carry that knowledge with you in the years to come, when the way seems dark and hope is hard to find." Ivy stood as well, feeling that some important moment had passed, though she could not entirely name what it was. "Will I see you again?" she asked. The figure pulled its hood back up, once more becoming a shape of shadow and mystery. "Perhaps," it said. "The roads of Middle-earth are long and winding, and those who walk them often cross paths in unexpected ways. But whether we meet again or not, know that you have my blessing and my respect. Be well, Ivy Greenbow, guardian of the Shire." And with that, the figure turned and walked away into the darkness, its form seeming to dissolve into the night itself, until Ivy could no longer be certain whether she was seeing the stranger or merely a trick of shadow and moonlight. She stood for a long moment, staring after it, her mind full of questions and wonderings. Then the music changed to a tune she particularly loved, and she heard her mother calling her name, and she turned away from the darkness and walked back into the light. The feast continued late into the night, and Ivy danced and sang with the others, letting herself be simply a hobbit among hobbits. But part of her mind remained on the stranger's words, on the warning of darkness to come and the assurance that she would not face it alone. She looked around at the familiar faces, her family and neighbours, the folk she had known all her life, and felt the weight of her responsibility settle more firmly on her shoulders. These were her people, and this was her land. Whatever came, she would stand between them and the darkness, would use every bit of knowledge and power she possessed to keep them safe. As the celebration finally wound down and families began making their way home through the snow, Ivy helped her mother gather up the dishes and leftover food. The spirits danced around them, invisible to all but her, singing their own songs of celebration and renewal. The winter had reached its deepest point, and from here the days would begin to lengthen again, the sun growing stronger, the promise of spring slowly awakening beneath the frozen earth. Winter gave way to spring as it always did, the snow melting to reveal the first brave shoots of green pushing up through the dark earth. Ivy watched the transformation with new eyes, seeing not just the physical changes but the great awakening of spirit that accompanied the turning of the seasons. The land stirred from its slumber, and with it came a surge of energy and life that flowed through everything, from the smallest blade of grass to the mightiest oak. The spirits emerged from their winter rest, jubilant and energetic, ready to begin anew the eternal cycle of growth and renewal. Ivy turned 13 in the spring, and with that year came a new maturity and confidence in her abilities. She no longer doubted the promptings of her gift or questioned the knowledge that rose unbidden in her mind. She had learned to trust herself, to move between her two worlds with increasing ease. The Hobbits of Hobbiton had come to depend on her, though they understood her help only in the most practical terms. When she walked through their fields and gardens, plants grew straighter and stronger. When she tended their animals, sickness fled and health returned. They called it a natural talent, a gift for growing things, never suspecting the deeper truth. But there were few who knew, or at least suspected. Old Maddock remained her confidant and advisor, sharing what little he remembered of his great-great-grandmother's teachings and offering the wisdom of his many years. The mayor, who was shrewder than most gave him credit for, occasionally looked at Ivy with a knowing expression, as if he could sense that there was more to her than met the eye. And her own mother, though she never spoke of it directly, sometimes watched Ivy with a mixture of pride and wonder, as if she recognized that her daughter was walking a path that few could follow. The spring brought new challenges and new lessons. A family of foxes had made their den too close to the Sandyman's chicken coop, and Ivy was called upon to resolve the situation. She could have simply relocated the foxes using mundane methods, but instead she spoke with the fox spirits and negotiated an agreement. The foxes would hunt in the wildlands beyond the cultivated fields, and in return the hobbits would leave certain areas undisturbed for their denning. It required convincing the Sandyman that setting aside a small corner of his property was worthwhile, but in the end, both foxes and chickens lived in peace. A drought threatened the South Farthing that summer, and Ivy spent long nights under the stars, speaking with the rain spirits and the cloud dancers, asking them to bring their gifts to the parched land. The rains came at last, gentle and steady, soaking deep into the earth without washing away the precious topsoil. The farmers credited good fortune and favourable winds, never knowing that a young hobbit girl had interceded on their behalf with powers older than memory. Through it all, Ivy continued to study the old book, learning new techniques and deepening her understanding of the complex web of life and spirit that sustained the Shire. She discovered that she could sense disturbances in the pattern from great distances, could feel when something was wrong in places she had never visited. Twice she journeyed to the East Farthing to help with problems there, and once she travelled all the way to the borders of Buckland to investigate a sickness that was affecting the trees along the Brandywine River. With each challenge she faced, her confidence grew, but so did her awareness of the limitations of her power. She was strong, but not infinitely so. She was wise, but her wisdom was still that of youth, untested by the long years that lay ahead. The stranger's warning about darkness to come haunted her dreams sometimes, and she found herself looking eastward, with a mixture of dread and determination, wondering what form that darkness would take when it finally arrived. As autumn returned and the leaves began their transformation into gold and scarlet, Ivy made a decision. She could not face the future alone, and she could not let the knowledge of guardianship die with her. She began to watch the children of Hobbiton more carefully, looking for signs of the gift, the telltale indications that one carried the old blood. She found it in young Rowan Took, a boy of 7 who could always find lost things, and seemed to know when storms were coming before any cloud appeared in the sky. She saw hints of it in Daisy Burrows, who had a way with wild birds and could calm even the most skittish horse with a touch. She did not approach them directly, for they were too young and the gift had not yet awakened in them as it had in her. But she made note of them, and she spoke quietly with their parents about nurturing their unusual talents, about the value of teaching them to observe and listen to the world around them. She planted seeds, both literal and figurative, that would grow and bear fruit in years to come. If darkness was indeed coming to the Shire, then the Shire would need more than one guardian to stand against it. The spirits approved of her foresight. They told her stories of the old days when there had been many guardians scattered throughout the Shire, each watching over their own corner of the land, all connected in a great network of protection and care. That network had frayed over the generations as the Hobbits grew more settled and practical, forgetting the old ways and the old partnerships. But it could be rebuilt, thread by thread, guardian by guardian, if Ivy was patient and wise. On the evening of her 14th birthday, as she sat in the garden watching the sunset over the western hills, Ivy reflected on all that had changed in the 2 years since her awakening. She was no longer the uncertain girl who had stumbled into that clearing and accepted a destiny she barely understood. She'd grown into her role, had faced shadows both literal and figurative, had learned to balance her responsibilities as guardian with her life as an ordinary hobbit. She'd made mistakes and learned from them, had discovered strengths she never knew she possessed, and had found a sense of purpose that filled her with quiet joy. The dandelion spirit bounced up beside her, as irrepressible as ever. "Happy birthday, little guardian," it squeaked. "Though you are not so little anymore, are you? You've grown tall and strong, in spirit if not in body." Ivy laughed and reached out to touch the spirit, her fingers passing through its fluffy form but conveying affection nonetheless. "I've had good teachers," she said. "All of you showing me the way, patient with my mistakes, celebrating my successes. I could not have done any of this without you." More spirits began to gather as the twilight deepened, emerging from trees and flowers from the earth itself. They came to honour her and to celebrate another year of her guardianship. They brought gifts as spirits do, intangible but precious beyond measure. The blessing of the tree spirits, that she would always find shelter beneath their branches. The blessing of the water spirits, that she would never thirst nor drown. The blessing of the earth spirits, that her feet would always find solid ground. Each gift was given freely, with love and gratitude, and Ivy accepted them with a full heart. As the stars began to appear overhead, one by one, Ivy made a silent promise to herself and to the land she served. She would continue to grow in wisdom and strength. She would watch over the Shire with all the skill and dedication she possessed. She would train those who came after her, ensuring that the Guardian's way would not be lost again. And when the darkness came, as the stranger had promised it would, she would stand ready to face it, armed with love for her people and her land, with the knowledge of generations, and with the support of the spirits who had become her truest friends and allies. Her mother's voice called from the hobbit hole, summoning her to the birthday supper that had been prepared in her honour. Ivy rose and brushed off her skirt, bidding the spirits a fond farewell until the next time they would meet. As she walked toward the warm light spilling from the round green door, she paused and looked back one more time at the garden, at the spirits dancing among the flowers, at the land she loved and protected. The Shire slept peacefully tonight, unaware of the guardian who watched over it, untroubled by thoughts of darkness or danger. And that, Ivy thought as she stepped into the warmth and light of her home, was exactly as it should be. Let them have their peace, their simple joys, their hobbit concerns. She would bear the burden of knowledge and vigilance gladly, for she had found her place in the great pattern of things, and she would not trade it for anything in all of Middle-earth. Behind her, the stars wheeled overhead in their eternal dance, and the wind carried whispers of change to come. But for now, there was seed cake and apple tart. There were family and friends, there was laughter and love. For now, the Shire was safe, and a young guardian had come into her power. And in the grand sweep of the ages, in the turning of the great wheel that governed all things, that was enough. The story of Ivy Green Bough would be told for generations among those who still remembered the old ways, though in the telling it would change and transform, becoming legend and then myth. But the truth at its heart would remain, that once, in a time of growing shadow, a young hobbit girl had answered the call of the land and become something more than she had been, a bridge between worlds, a voice for the voiceless, a guardian of all that was good and green and growing in the Shire. And so the tale ends, as all tales must, but the story continues, as all true stories do, woven into the fabric of the land itself, waiting to be discovered by those with eyes to see and hearts to understand. May you sleep well tonight, dear listener, beneath the same stars that watched over Ivy Greenbough, protected by the same ancient powers that guard all who dwell in peace and goodness, dreaming the dreams that will carry you gently into tomorrow.